Oh, I see that we're live. All right. Good morning. I'll call the Tuesday, January 5th, 2021 annual board of the Cook County Commissioners to order. First thing, we'll probably want to read this statement regarding virtual meetings during the COVID-19 pandemic. Number one, it has been determined that an in-person meeting is not practical or prudent because of the COVID-19 pandemic and the related peacetime emergency declaration made by Governor Walz in accordance with Minnesota Statutes Chapter 12. Number two, we have ensured that all members of the body participating in the meeting, wherever their physical location, can hear one another and can hear all discussion and testimony offered at today's meeting. Number three, we have also ensured that members of the public present at the regular meeting of location of the body can hear all discussion and testimony and all votes of the members of the body. We have urged the public not to attend this meeting in person because of the COVID-19 pandemic and have ensured that members of the public can view and monitor the meeting remotely in real time by broadcasting the meeting on the Cook County website. Number four, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, we have determined that it may be unfeasible for County Auditor Brady Powers, County Attorney Molly Hicken, and County Administrator James Yorkey, and members of the Board of Commissioners to be physically present at the County Boardroom at the Cook County Courthouse. Number five, all votes will be conducted by roll call, so each member's vote on each issue will be identified and recorded. If you'd please rise and join me in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right. Second thing is the oath of office here. And I'll hand it over to Kim Shepard and can do the honors here.
Thank you and good morning, everybody. It is my pleasure to administer the oath of office to the following Cook County officials: Ann Sullivan and Stacy Hawkins. If I could have you please both raise your right hand and repeat after me. I do solemnly swear
I do solemnly swear
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
that I will support the Constitution of the United States,
the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
the Constitution of the State of Minnesota,
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
and that I will faithfully and impartially discharge
the duties of the office of the County of Cook,
the duties of the office of the County of Cook,
to which I have been elected,
to which I have been elected,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
to the best of my knowledge and ability,
so help me God.
so help me God.
Thank you both and congratulations and best of everything to you in your terms.
Congratulations, Stacy.
To you also, Ann.
All right, I'm going to head out. Have a good meeting, everybody.
Thank you, Kim.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Welcome, Ann and Stacy.
I'll have something
Thanks.
for April for you to sign. I'll send down.
Great, congratulations, you two. And very happy to have you on board and fresh energy and new perspectives, and hoping we can carry on with the good work that we've achieved in recent times here. Number 3 on our agenda is the election of the 2021 Cook County Board Chair. We can go about this any number of ways. Unfortunately, we can't do the the written on paper, pass it to the hat in this situation. Didn't know if anyone had any thoughts about it, but typically how it works is somebody makes a nomination. We ask for more nominations 3 times, and then when there are no more nominations, we close the nominations and we can all do a roll call vote on that. Very willing to entertain other ways of doing it if anyone has any other suggestions, but that seems pretty straightforward at this point. All right, and in the past, and I can't speak to a whole lot of experience here, but it has gone anywhere from anyone on the board to more recently what we've discussed is for kind of a linear congruity to have the vice chair move up into the chair position. I was not a fan of that method or process, but I've kind of come around and think it does bring stability, and I'm very willing to move into the chair position, having been vice chair. But if anyone would like to see it done differently, again, I'm very open to that.
I know in organizations that I've been with in the past, it's been very helpful to have someone with experience. So having you move into that role would help to train someone else to then move into that role in the future.
I think that was the way we kind of approached it in the last year or two, knowing that the person who was nominated to be vice chair would move into that position then in the future. So it seems to have worked this past year, and so I guess I would highly recommend that's the way we go right now.
Well, given that, I would like to nominate Dave Mills as our fearless leader. Is there a second?
I'll second that.
Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, we can close the nomination process, and just for the sake of order, I guess, we'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
And Commissioner Mills will vote aye as well, unanimous. Thank you, and let me know when I'm doing something wrong.
I'll let you know when you do something right.
Oh, that's good too. Yeah.
It's all about teamwork.
All it
Yeah.
is. Right.
All right, and moving on to item number 4, it's the election of the Cook County Board Vice Chair. Again, I think it's helpful to have experience, but having talked to Commissioner Storley, it sounds like she's not interested in the vice chair position, and so that is down to Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Sullivan at this point then. Do either of you have interest in being vice chair?
I'd be fine serving as vice chair.
I guess I would too. Yeah, if it's 2 new people, I wouldn't be opposed to that.
Yeah. I'm happy to have. I'm happy to nominate either one of you. And I don't mean to drag this out or make anything contentious here, but could you each kind of give a reason why you would like to be vice chair?
Well, I guess I've had experience on a number of boards, and I'm familiar with Robert's Rules of Order and how things operate. So I think in the event you are unable to attend a meeting and lead a meeting, I could do that successfully.
I don't have any experience really leading meetings besides when I was PTA president, but I have followed county politics for many years, feel like I have a good handle on things, that way. I don't need to be vice president, though. I'm just putting it out there. It's not something I feel like I really want to have that, but I'm willing to serve if that was what I was called to do.
Thank you both very much. Do you have any thoughts, Commissioner Storley?
No, I think they're both willing and certainly have the ability to lead in case of a meeting that you would not be able to attend. So I guess I will make a nomination for Ann Sullivan to be vice chair.
Okay. Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Are there any other nominations? Hearing none, I'll close the nominations and we'll do a roll call vote for the 2021 Cook County Board Vice Chair. Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. Unanimous. We have our vice chair as well. Thank you very much, and thank you as well, Commissioner Hawkins, for your willingness to serve. All right. Let's see. Now we're moving on to kind of the more regular stuff. Do we have any additions or adjustments to the agenda? Administrator Yorkie, do you have anything?
Mr. Chair, I do not.
Okay. Well, it's any of the other commissioners have anything? I'm toggling between screens, so I'll keep looking for visual indicators as well.
I do not have anything additional.
I'll make a motion to accept the agenda.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the agenda. Do we have a second?
I will second that motion.
Thank you. A roll call vote. Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye as well. We have our agenda set. Next item is public comment period. Are there any members of the public in the commissioner's room who would like to make comment, or do we have any written comments that have been brought to our administrator or anyone else?
Mr. Chairman, I did not receive any written comments.
Okay. Any comments there, Commissioner Hawkins?
No.
Okay. Very good. Let's see here, down to the appointment of county commissioners to our boards, committees, and commissions. And this is the part where it'll probably take quite a bit of time. You know, as I was saying earlier, typically our assignments are inherited, but I think it's a really good and healthy thing to go through it and to see if there's different interests that we want to change things up. And just from my experience, the biggest challenge is just purely scheduling, and that navigating all that is fairly difficult. But Administrator Yorkie did an excellent job of kind of laying things out here. There were some changes that I found just with the dates and scheduling in this list, and so maybe what we should do is just go through it line by line and talk about them. And see where we're at, unless somebody else has suggestions on a way to navigate this.
Mr. Chair,
Commissioner Hawkins.
I would like to suggest that we start with the statutorial required meetings and those that we have joint powers agreements with, and then move on to the standing committees and then the advisory committees. Okay.
That sounds good to me. Anyone else have any thoughts or comments?
That sounds good.
Okay. Administrator Yorkie?
if I could, I just wanted to make a general comment. First of all, I want to acknowledge that Commissioner Hawkins, excuse me, Commissioner Hawkins did email me over the weekend and suggested that there are a number of committees on the list that maybe should be included under the list of statutorily required committees. I did the best that I could to organize the list in a way that would be easy to work with, but I just wanted to acknowledge that there are still things on the list that probably need to be moved to different locations. And so I think what Commissioner Hawkins is suggesting makes a lot of sense. The other thing that I wanted to say is that it is a super long list. It's just, and you all are part-time commissioners. And so, I think over time, this list has grown to include committees that maybe were added on a more or less informal basis. And I think it would be perfectly reasonable to have a conversation about which of these committees actually need to be on the list. There are probably some that could be dispensed with. And I don't want to make any suggestions about which these are, but I just want to acknowledge that you all are part-time commissioners. You're compensated accordingly. And the number of evening commitments and commitments out of town to attend meetings that are part of being part of all these committees is really enormous. And so, I just want to put out there that it seems like it'd be reasonable to talk about which of these committees might be okay to exclude from the list.
Chairman Mills?
Commissioner Storley.
Yes, I think what we've done over the last few years is we have many different committees and commissions that are on our list, but they maybe only meet once a year. And then it's like, well, they haven't even met last year. So it looks like we have a whole lot, but a lot of it is as the standing committee is just, it's there in name only. We leave it there because they might call a meeting and therefore they know who to call and who would be on that board or committee. I know it looks like a lot, but I think as we go through this, Chairman Mills and I can help with that too, because there's especially with former Commissioner Bersheim, he had a lot, and that would be inherited by Commissioner Hawkins. So that can definitely be looked through. And I think also Commissioner Sullivan will be looking at some things too that are probably only there because 5 years ago they were called and they really aren't meeting anymore. So I know, James, it looks like a lot, but
Yes.
go through this, we'll kind of help everybody understand that there's statutory and then there's, meetings that are only occasionally.
And perhaps Stacy's idea of going through those statutory committees first, and then based on our interest and skills and also the scheduling, look at those other committees.
Right. And we have our list. So that's important to look at that list too. When you go through this, there may be some openings that somebody else's, Chairman Mills said he would be glad to kind of fill in too. So we kind of have two sides here. We have the side of the statutory and we have the side with our name on it, with all of the boards and commissions on that too.
Yeah, and from my limited experience here, what Commissioner Storley is talking about is pretty right on. A lot of the committees are just in case or yearly, or some of mine are quarterly, and so but navigating all that and filtering it is a little bit of a challenge. Not to say that the ones that are monthly aren't keeping me quite busy, but I think what Commissioner Hawkins is suggesting makes a whole lot of sense, and I think we're all on a similar page here, just kind of going through our priorities, right? The ones that we're obligated to do, and then the ones that have the biggest weight and the biggest impact. And what we're all saying too, or what I'm hearing us all say, is it might be appropriate to pare down some, especially right now when we're short a fifth commissioner, And I hope that we're also, you know, willing to acknowledge that there are some other changes or some that are irrelevant or even depending on issues coming up that we might want to add down the road. So I think, you know, it's good to set everything now, and then we can revisit it as time goes on. And as Administrator Yorkie is gaining experience in the organization as well, he's going to be able to see what and where is needed. So, all right. Well, with all that being said, which version is everyone most familiar with? I was looking at kind of the newest simplified one that Administrator Yorkie put out there for us.
That's the one I looked at as well.
Yeah,
Right.
otherwise, if we click on, yep, there we go. Commissioner Hawkins, are you on that same page too?
Well, actually, I took all that information, made my own spreadsheet and reorganized, so I have a list of all the statutorily required meetings. I wanted all those in one spot.
Yeah. Is it okay if we compare that list to the list that Administrator Yorkie had put together and see if there's some variations there, or just since we don't all have that spreadsheet in front of us, it might be the easiest way, or what do you think about that? Yeah.
I put mine kind of in alphabetical order.
Okay.
So at the top, I have AMC, which
Okay.
we know we all are part of.
Right.
Yep. Is everyone okay scrolling down? I think that's on page 2.
Correct.
Yep. And right now there's openings for general government with AMC. There's openings in environmental resources and transportation.
I like general government.
Yeah. Well, I'm
And I'd be happy to look at environmental resources.
okay. And then the only other one, as long as we're on the same page, and Commissioner Storley, you're fine with that. The only other one would be the transportation. And again, we'll be having a 5th commissioner joining us in the not too distant future. So we could make that assumption, and I'd be happy to try to, you know, keep a foot in each committee if necessary in the meanwhile, in regards to public safety and transportation. If people are comfortable with that.
Sounds good.
Okay. So that's the statutory AMC. Am I assuming that you'd go to Board of Adjustment then, Commissioner Hawkins, after that?
That's next on my list.
Yep. And I'm scrolling up and down here. And I'm not familiar with the Board of Adjustment. I believe that was Commissioner Dukirk in the past. Does anyone have any particular interest in that? It looks like we've lost Commissioner Storley temporarily here. It's probably a good idea to wait for her if we can. Don't know if there's a way you can give her a call or a text, Administrator Yorkie, please.
I will do that.
Thank you.
While we're doing that, Commissioner Mills, may I ask a clarifying question?
Please.
Commissioner Hawkins, you had mentioned the joint powers related positions. So what I'm assuming is you're referring to like joint powers entities, governing boards of joint powers entities that where the county has entered an agreement to provide a representative who helps to govern whatever that entity is. Is that correct?
Correct.
Okay, I'm gonna try to sort through this list unless you've already done that and you want to maybe email me your spreadsheet. I can try to sort through this list and determine that we don't have an electronic sorting system for every single joint powers agreement that we're in. So it's gonna be some time before I can get a comprehensive list.
Well, then I think we should just, some of that we may not know if it comes to light later that there is a joint powers agreement, we can add that to the agenda and discuss it then.
Sure, I think most of them are going to be on this list and we just need to pluck them out and say these are a priority after the statutorily required ones. So I'll work on that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
And Commissioner Hawkins, just so I can try to look ahead here, going through the list, were there anything in your spreadsheet versus the summary that Administrator Yorkie sent out after Board of Adjustment? Does it go Board of Equalization
Yes,
and then Extension Committee,
correct.
Firewise,
Yes,
Public Health and Human Services,
yes,
Law Library,
yes,
North Shore Management Board,
yes,
Planning Commission?
yes.
Any others?
Fire department relief funds.
Okay.
And then I have a list that I found when I was Googling these things that we have joint powers agreement with some of these, and I read those off. Northeast Minnesota Emergency Communications Board, Arrowhead Regional Corrections, Arrowhead Health Alliance, Community Health Board, the EDA, N Club, Minnesota County's Information Systems, Grand Marais Library Board. Some of those I'm not really sure, and I'm looking for more clarification if that is true that we have joint powers agreements with these.
Yeah, when it comes to joint powers, the list gets longer, such as AUA, from my experience, and I'm sure other commissioners have other experiences with that. But ARC and AHA and CHB and EDA, those are all in the summarized list, but maybe just not in a prioritized order. And so I appreciate you going through that and kind of
Well, part of it
identifying
was
those.
thinking about these committees. I really would like to read the agreement if it's for a committee that I'm on, so that I really understand what the purpose is, what role do I play in that. So I thought it was kind of important I get kind of informed about that. So
Yeah, and it from again, from my limited experience, the joint powers agreements are very wordy, and what I found more helpful for my assignments is more of just like the mission statements of those entities and the functions. Many of them have bylaws too that help that. It's less so much the agreement that helped inform me of how things work and what the purpose is and what my role is. But certainly the more information, the better, to go through that and make sure everything is on the up and up. So, some of them have their own website that have posted bylaws. Others maybe do not.
Hey, Jenny, it's James, and I was just.
Oh,
I'm
yeah,
sorry.
we can hear you, James. Oh, and Ginny's there too.
Yeah.
Okay.
Hello.
Welcome back.
I don't know what happened. All of a sudden, the screen went blank. But here we are.
Yes. Welcome back. Thank you. All right. So we, Commissioner Storley, we were just going through, we got through AMC there, and that was about it before we lost you. So then I
Okay.
had asked Commissioner Hawkins about the statutory assignments, and her spreadsheet is very similar as the summary that Administrator Yorkie sent out down to the Planning Commission. So I thought we could just go through that. So right now we're on the Board of Adjustment, and I believe that was Commissioner Dukirk. Administrator Yorkie.
Yeah, I just got an email from Tim Nelson, and hang on just a moment, please. So he wrote regarding the Board of Adjustment, he said there is actually no commissioner for the Board of Adjustment, but rather the Planning Commission, who typically sits in on the Board of Adjustment since they're held back to back the same evening. So it sounds like it's the Planning Commission.
Very helpful. Thank you.
Yeah.
Oh, Attorney Hicken.
Thank you. I have another note from Tim Nelson related to that. He suggests that whoever is appointed to the Planning Commission should be the commissioner who is on the AMC Environmental Committee. He says that would
So that would be me.
that was what it would suggest. Yeah.
All right.
Okay, that sounds good and very helpful again. Thank you very much. Does that sound okay to you, Commissioner Storley and Commissioner Hawkins?
Yes.
Great. Okay. And then Board of Equalization, that's all of us. So there's not much to decide there. Extension Committee, I'm not familiar with this one. Is there interest there? Was that
Chairman
was
Mills?
that Commissioner? I'm sorry. Yes,
Yeah.
Commissioner Storley.
Yes, I've been on that for a couple years due to the fact that I'm on extension through the University of Minnesota. So Myron was my alternate. So I would need an alternate.
Okay, so on the summary it says 2 commissioners and 1 alternate. Are you saying then we just need 1 commissioner and 1 alternate?
Well, I would say, yeah, we should probably stick to 2 commissioners. So Myron and I were on the committee.
Did you have interest in staying on that, or are you
Yes,
looking
no,
to?
I will stay. No, I will stay because of the University of Minnesota meetings that I go to at AMC.
And when does this meeting take place?
We meet at the call of Diane at the extension office. So we have met, I would say, probably maybe 6 times a year. And we haven't met now in January. It can be every other month or depending upon what Diane has for business with the community center and with the extension.
And to clarify, so it's not a set schedule. And when a meeting is called, is the time kind of discussed and arranged, or is there typically a set time, or how does that work?
The time is always usually set on a Monday afternoon at 3:30.
Okay. And so does anyone have any interest in joining Commissioner Storley on the Extension Committee?
Stacy, would that work for you? And then the building committee along with that, because that's the community center, kind of connecting those 2?
I'm willing to try that, and we're going to be going through this process again in another month, so I'll let you know if I really want to continue.
If she has a meeting before then.
Yes.
Commissioner Sullivan, could you clarify just about the building committee?
The building committee, I believe that there is one for specifically the community center. I misspoke, not the building committee.
The Community Center Board of Trustees.
Correct.
Okay, so those are different.
They're different.
Mhm.
Yeah, I've been sitting on the community center board of trustees as representing the county, and have not. And I know they're extension and the community center in the same place, but they're the tie is, I guess, that Diane is involved in both and has a foot in both of those sides of things. So I wouldn't necessarily tie the two together at this point.
Okay.
And I am open to stepping aside for another commissioner to join the community center committee, but I wasn't looking for it, so.
Okay.
I think you should keep it then.
Okay. Again, I'm open to changing things up as much as we need to, but for the time being, I think that would be great to stick with that. All right, so Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Starley we have for the Extension Committee, correct?
Yes.
Excellent, thank you very much. All right, scrolling down onto the Firewise Community Committee, and I had the chance of attending one of those meetings as the alternate. It was Commissioner Dukirk's role in general there. Does anyone have any interest in taking that on?
When does that meet, Dave?
Let me pull up the calendar here. Funny.
Well, Brady's on. Can he tell us?
It's the last Thursday of the month, typically
At what time?
at 8:30.
Okay.
It typically goes an hour to an hour and a half, depending on time of year and activity.
I'd be happy to serve on that.
Thank you. It's a good group of people, and yeah, the one meeting I was able to sit in on, it was great just to hear about the goings-ons and the efforts that are being done and the money that can be used and to help keep our community safer here from fire.
Mm-hmm.
All right. Next one is the Public Health and Human Services Board. That's all of us, so no decision needed there. The Law Library Board, Commissioner Storley, currently you're on that. Is that okay for you to stay there?
Yes, I'll continue.
Thank you. North Shore Management Board. I'm not familiar with this board. Commissioner Storley, do you have any perspective on this one?
Yes, that was Bobby Deschamps' committee. And so when we divided all of his up, I took that. And I will continue in January because we are meeting next Wednesday. So I will attend that meeting and then turn it over to that district when the election happens in February.
Okay. And that's Wednesday. I'm sorry, do you have the time just in case?
That meets at the beck and call of the folks there. It's going to be next Wednesday at 6 p.m.
Oh, okay.
And I'd be happy to be an alternate.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, and thank you, Commissioner Storley, for doing that in the meanwhile. Commissioner Sullivan, depending on well, I guess we'll cross that bridge when we get there. I was just thinking of the upcoming election and just those roles.
Mhm.
Moving on to the Planning Commission then, and that's going to be tied to the Board of Adjustment there. Do we have some interest there? Sounds like Commissioner Sullivan, you were going to be on the AMC Environmental, and so you're willing to step into that role, and that was District 4's position in the past. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Sullivan?
Mhm.
Yep, great. Well, we're going right through this list.
And I would alternate there too, unless somebody else wants to. I only sat in once. So.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And please, I'm going back and forth between screens, between, the Zoom screen so I can see Ren's face and the list so we can navigate this. If please speak up, any commissioner who, if I'm not seeing your face and you wanted to say something. All right, so that's gone through what we have from Administrator Yorkey, Yorkey's summary with the statutory committees. And then Commissioner Hawkins, you had kind of continued on this list with the Fire Department Relief, Northeast Emergency Communications, ARC, AHA, and we can go after those next. I'm just wondering if we want to, just for the sake of order, to just go down the summarized list so we don't have to bounce around as much. The ones you listed certainly are a high priority in my mind, and we can discuss them. They're listed in Administrator Yorkey's as non-statutory, but as you pointed out, there are joint powers agreements with those.
I just feel like we really should focus. We're going to run out of time. We are going to do this again. I want to make sure we identify the ones that we have to have somebody there now. I just think it's a good idea. If we know there's more statutorily required meetings, let's start there and then leave the other things for later, because we have to figure these out.
Right. Yeah. And the part I was wrestling with. Oh, okay. Yeah, that's fine. So I wrote down as far as the Northern Counties Land Use Board, and then after that one, I wasn't able to follow you. Were there more? I think you had more questions about.
Well, yes, some of these that I think we do, but I'm here to ask our attorney and Brady and James. Do you know? Is that true? Are there agreements with these groups?
So which one are we on now?
Well, the Fire Department Relief Funds. I know Brady had.
That's statutory.
And I know we don't have anybody commissioner listed. Do we have to have a commissioner listed?
I think we do, yes. And
So
and I'd certainly be.
I'll just say the list from last year did not list a commissioner on it, so I wasn't sure about the status of that.
I'd certainly be happy to step up and do that.
This is Brady. My understanding, we have to name some members to those relief associations, but I don't think commissioners serve on those. We just have to name some members. We're considered a municipality for those unorganized districts.
Mm-hmm.
Maple Hill, Hoagland, Colville, Gunflint. So
and that certainly fits with the geography of my district, with the exception of Hoagland and Colville. So
I've got files on that at the office. I'll get back to that, but I don't believe commissioners serve on those, but you would have connections and get people to nominate to appoint. I think that would be the role of the commissioner, to help find members to appoint.
Mhm.
And that's sounding familiar to me from last year, is that it is statutorily required that we have representation on those, but just not by commissioners. It's just our role to help assign those. And then as you may or may not gather from the members on the list currently, those are members of the each department, you know, in their area, which they're going to know best about what their needs are in that department. So so I don't know that we need to assign a commissioner, Commissioner Hawkins or Commissioner Sullivan. Is that sitting okay with you? Okay. All right. And so then the next one, Commissioner Hawkins, that you had mentioned was the Northeast Emergency Communications. Is that right?
Correct.
And I'm not familiar with that. So if anyone has any information there, please help us navigate that. Where is it in our list, by the way?
It's one page down from the fire department relief funds.
Yep.
Next
And
page.
I think Commissioner DeShaw, he was the one that served on that. And I'm wondering if our county attorney can tell us, is that an agreement that we are sharing communications with other counties?
I'm trying to open your list so I can look at, again, the name. What number is it? Page number is it?
Page 7.
And what I found online was that this board was created, or this agreement was created December 17th, 2009, under a joint powers agreement as provided under Minnesota statutes. Its members represent the county boards of Aitkin, Carlton, Cass, Cook, Crow, Itasca, Kennebec, Couchiching, Lake. I mean, the list goes on and on. So I just thought, well, if we have an agreement with this, we should read the agreement and make sure we still I think we do want to be part of this, but what's our role?
I'm looking at page 7 as attached to the board packet. I don't see anything is it Northeast?
Oh,
No, correct.
I'm sorry, Attorney Hicken. This is not.
I don't know if I have the same list you have.
It's under, Molly, it's under Northeast Minnesota Emergency Communications, below Minnesota Transportation Alliance, a couple. Because I'm using the same sheet you are.
Northeast Minnesota
Emergency Communications Board.
Emergency Communications. I can do the research and I can get back to you, but.
And I think we should put that on hold then and wait to appoint somebody until we figure out what this is. Who's
can
best
do that.
qualified?
To clarify, we have an electronic system to order all of our agreements past 2015 when I started, but not before then. So these are all in paper files.
Well, I appreciate the prudence in waiting, but another way to look at it is we want to cover all of our bases, and then we can go back and pare down if needed. But if we have agreements, I wouldn't want to step out until.
But we're not sure even if this is active, or has it been discontinued, or. What I'm saying is, let's know what we're getting ourselves into before we just let it continue on. We can do this in another week. We can bring this back up for discussion next week's meeting.
Yeah, and I guess it's on the flip side, we can assign someone temporarily and revisit it next week or next meeting too. I just want to make sure our bases are covered. Like I'm erring on the side of maybe covering unnecessary bases, and it sounds to me like you're erring more on the side of not committing unless absolutely necessary. And I'm just trying to navigate the safer of the two. Commissioner
Yeah.
Sullivan?
Mr. Chair, I'd be happy to cover that until we have further information.
Chairman Mills?
Commissioner Storley?
Yes, that's under former Deschamps listing. Maybe James could get a hold of Bobby and find out how much he was involved in it and, you know, kind of get a feedback from that and then go from there.
Yeah, and you know, I thank you. That's helpful, and thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, for the offer there. I feel like that's a safer route just to make sure we have everything covered. What I was going to add too is just from my role sitting on the AMC's Public Safety Committee is that this is a board, and I believe Rowan Watkins can speak to it as well. But this is an active topic that we are always trying to stay on top of. That is relevant. I just don't know specifically what's involved because I haven't been on that board. Attorney Hicken.
It's I'm getting inside info here. It's related to Armor Radios. Pat Eliason is also on this communications board, could provide information about you know, the frequency of meetings and the importance of attending as a commissioner or not.
Thank you. Yeah, and it does say quarterly on the on our list here. But Commissioner Sullivan has. Oh, I'm sorry, Administrator Yorkie.
Mr. Chair, I just wanted to note, I did get an email from Mike Keyport saying that the Northeast Emergency Communications Board has a joint powers agreement. He says that he's the alternate on the board and that it meets bi-monthly beginning in January. And then I also got an email from Rena Rogers saying that it's related to the Armor Radio, so it's a very important board to make sure we have a person assigned to.
I'll certainly be on it, and then after our District 1 election, if we want to look at it again, we can, but I'm happy to serve there.
Excellent. Well, thank you, team, for sending emails to Administrator Yorkie. If there's more info to come in as we go through this list, it's much appreciated. And thank you, Commissioner Sullivan, for stepping up there and being willing to serve in the meanwhile and in the least. So, all right. So going down Commissioner Hawkins' list, we have the ARC as well, Arrowhead Regional Corrections Board. That's another one where we have joint powers, and Commissioner DeShaw was serving, and then Commissioner Bersheim after Commissioner DeShaw had to resign. And I know that is an active board that has significant importance for Cook County. Is there
And I'm
any
interested
interest?
in that one.
I'm sorry?
I am interested in that board. I would be willing to serve on that board.
Excellent. Thank you very much. And then the next one we have is the Arrowhead Health Alliance, I believe, Commissioner Hawkins. Is that what you had?
Correct.
And I'm sorry for other commissioners. I just jotted down Commissioner Hawkins' list as she read it off with her spreadsheet. And I think to cover all our bases, we will have to go back and look through the summary that Administrator Yorkie sent out. But I just wanted to address these because a commissioner did bring them forward explicitly. But Commissioner Yorkie, or Administrator Yorkie, did you have?
Yes, Mr. Chairman, I got that Commissioner Hawkins is going to be the member for the Arrowhead Regional Corrections Board. Did we have an alternate for that?
Thank you, Administrator Yorkie. We did not assign an alternate at this point. Does anyone have interest in that?
I had been designated, but I've never had to step in. Bobby always did that. But I can still be an alternate for now.
Okay, thank you. And so just working with Commissioner Hawkins' list here, the AHA was the next one. That's the Arrowhead Health Alliance, and I sit on that. And it is a joint powers, specifically with mental health in our region. And as we all know, that is a significant area that needs to be addressed. And I'd highly recommend we stick with that joint powers agreement. And I'm very happy and willing to continue serving on that. Trying to see if there's an alternate listed there. I think Commissioner Dukirk was the alternate, so it would be nice if we had had someone who would be willing to serve as an alternate there. Any interest?
Chairman Mills, I could fill in.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. I think there was one meeting I missed. Administrator Yorkie.
Could I ask a question about process? So we're not actually having motions and seconds to approve these nominations. Or are we going to go back and just do that for the whole list once we've got informal agreement? Because I think in previous organizational meetings, I think there was like a motion and second, and everybody voted for each committee member.
Can we do it in sections, like go through our statutory list and then approve that as a whole, instead of taking the time for motions and roll call votes on each and every one of these items? Does that work? County Attorney?
We can, last year we did them all together as one bulk list. I'm very open to doing it other ways. If we want to do it in sections, that's totally fine. It's not always clear in my mind where we draw those lines. But you know, as we go through the list, if there are objections to anything, let's please point those out and work through that at the time until, rather than having it be an issue when we go through our, you know, the bulk at the end. And that way it's not nearly as tedious with a roll call with every committee.
Correct.
Okay. Are you comfortable with that, Administrator Yorkie?
Yes, I just wanted to understand what the process was. So thanks for that.
Okay. Yeah, it's a fairly nebulous process right now.
I'm good with that.
Well, we're gonna work through it here. Yeah, so the next one, and again, we're going through Commissioner Hawkins' list here, just to kind of knock these out, and then we'll have to go back and go through the summary that you put together, Administrator Yorkie. But the CHB is the next one on Commissioner Hawkins' list, and that's the Community Health Board. Again, it's a joint powers with our regional counties. That's where we get a lot of our grant dollars for public health and human services. Very important board, doing really good work. Ties in fairly well. It is separate, but ties in well with the Arrowhead Health Alliance, dealing with mental health there. The Community Health Board is broader, though, so it's not just mental health. Also deals with SHIP funding and Healthy Families of America and those kinds of grants. And I'd be happy to continue serving on that. Flipping back to the other screen.
And then Jenny, are you comfortable continuing as the alternate?
Yes, I will.
Very good, thank you. And then the EDA, that one was Commissioner Dukirk's assignment.
I'd be happy to serve.
Yep. Is that good? My screen is frozen. Is that good?
We also need an alternate for that.
I'd be the alternate for that.
Excellent. Thank you very much. The next one I see is the Northern Counties Land Use Board, and that was Commissioner Bersheim's assignment, and I was the alternate. I was able to attend one meeting there, and it was very interesting, very informative. It's another regional partnership. I don't know whether there's a joint powers there. I'm assuming so.
Yes, there is.
Yeah, and this deals with land use issues. The meeting I attended was largely about mineral rights, and just with the various mining proposals going on in the region. It was very informative, very interesting, and still very relevant. Does anyone have interest in serving as the primary there?
I do.
Okay. Yep. Excellent. So Commissioner Hawkins, and I would be happy serving as the alternate there. And then there was one more beyond that Northern Counties land use that you had mentioned, Commissioner Hawkins, that I only wrote down M.
The MCIS, Minnesota Counties Information Systems. I'm not positive we have a joint powers agreement. I would like to check to see if that's true. And do we really need to appoint a commissioner to that board?
This is Brady. I can mention, we do have a joint powers, but it's not for commissioners. They appoint staff departments. We alternate between the user departments, either the auditor, the recorder, or IT. And that's how the joint powers is written.
So we can skip that one then.
You can skip that one. The board has to approve the joint
Good.
powers, but they can serve on it.
Then I have the library board.
Right.
Yep, and we do have a joint powers there. I sit on the library board on behalf of the county. Very happy.
Would you like to continue with that?
I would, yes, please. Do we have an alternate for that? In the past, I brought this up to the library board, and this was with the previous director, and they said, "Oh, we've never had an alternate attend," and the point was interesting, just in that a lot of the work on these boards is kind of an ongoing thing, and so for someone to come in as alternate, they don't have much perspective necessarily there. But I still think there's good value in it if a commissioner is not able to attend, the primary commissioner.
What, Chairman Mills, when do they meet?
That one was in conflict with. Oh, well, that's funny you should ask that. Actually, currently it's the fourth Monday at 5:30, and at our last meeting, I asked and frankly, we've been having attendance issues as well because of health, COVID, you name it, and the city is looking for members there too. But I asked, is this time good for everybody? And it was a resounding no. So we don't have another time to offer, but the board is very open to changing the time, and I presume the day too. But as of now, that's the fourth Monday at 5:30. So, and like I said, I'm happy to sit on that board, but an alternate would be nice.
I'd be happy to be an alternate.
Okay, thank you. All right. Well, Commissioner Hawkins, I think for the benefit of all here, it might be easiest if we go through our list that Administrator Yorkie had sent out at this point, just so we can all follow the same list.
Yeah.
Are you okay with that? I wanted to address some of those top ones that you had mentioned because I think they are a good priority. But
I'm fine with that. I would like to ask Attorney Hicken though. There's two others that I'm not sure of. The One Watershed, One Plan Committee, I'm not sure if that's a joint powers agreement. And the North Lake Superior Watershed. We do have a joint agreement, but I'm thinking that was just for a grant. It's not like we're on a board or something. So would you be able to check on those to see if we really need commissioner representation on those two things?
Yes, I can. The first was One Watershed, One Plan, and the second was Lake Superior Watershed.
Yes. North Lake Superior Watershed.
I do know that One Watershed, One Plan is an ongoing board, and that works through Bowser. And it's, the concept is that our watersheds don't stop at county borders, and that the the way to really address water quality issues is to work within the watersheds. So I don't think that's like a one-time grant thing.
I'd
Yeah,
be happy to serve if that's required, if we need to.
and I want to make clear, because I'm going through this list, it's not that I'm saying these are good or bad or unnecessary or necessary committees. I just want to be very clear that we understand what our legal responsibilities are and that we're following that, and that we all are know what this purpose of this committee is. I just want to clarify the ones that have agreements that we have said we will do this. That's my purpose for identifying all these.
Mhm.
Sure. No, that's great. I think that's important. I think it's pretty. I don't think any one of us is going to know everything about all the groups, though. So it's really tricky to navigate. It's more the sort of thing each commissioner who was on that is going to be able to speak to it, and other commissioners aren't in a very good position to speak to it. And when the agreements do come forward and they're passed by the board, Attorney Hicken does review them. But unless they had to be renewed, Attorney Hicken's familiarity wouldn't necessarily be there, and so it's just difficult to really nail down and tell you this is what it is and this is what our legal responsibility is for every single one of these. And a lot of it is just kind of working off the faith of past commissions. But if we do see an area where we can pair it off, I'm all for that. Because our agreements have been fulfilled, and we need to know that, and the public does too.
Right.
But Attorney Hicken.
Just to add, for your information, what I'll probably be doing as I research these is contacting the department heads who are most connected to each of these organizations. They have the best familiarity of the content of those joint powers obligations, and I can review it for, what is the term of the agreement and what's the threshold of our legal obligations. I'm happy to do that. And it will also be a good exercise to, get all of these joint powers agreements in the same database. As I said, the earlier agreements are often only in paper form and not even reduced to electronic form, as they should be these days. So we can get them into the system this way. I appreciate the inquiry, Commissioner Hawkins.
Yeah, it's really good, Commissioner Hawkins, because there's plenty of cleaning up to be done, and there's a lot of things in the air that we need to try to catch, and prioritizing what we catch and what we don't need to catch is really efficient. So thank you for these questions, and thank you, Attorney Hicken, for working on it as well. Well, with that, can we go to the top of our list here that Administrator Yorkie sent out, our summary?
Commissioner Mills, Chairman Mills.
Yeah, Commissioner. Sorry.
Yes, I think, is that where it starts with AMC Indian Affairs? Or what page are we starting on?
My hope was to scroll up to the top of just start at page 1 and standing committees, and just so we can go through this orderly, knowing that our legal obligations may differ from the order of this list, but it just seems like a good systematic way to go through the list.
Correct.
Right.
And it's something we all have.
I'm just trying to figure out which page it is, that's all. What does it start with?
Oh, I'm sorry. It just says standing. The first thing, it says Cook County Board of Commissioners 2021 internal/external Board of Committee assignments updated 12/29/2020, and then it goes County Commissioners. This was an email from Administrator Yorkie in an attempt to summarize these and to get it orderly.
So I'm just asking, does it start with Building Committee?
Yes.
Yes,
Okay. Because I have lots of sheets of stuff here, and I want to be on the same page with all of you. Because it's for you, Chairman Mills, and myself, I'm looking at my committees and boards as we go along, because there's already one missing from my committee that I want to add now that we're doing this. So I'm just saying, whatever it is, we all need to be on the same page. That's all I'm asking.
I agree, yeah, and
Okay.
that's why I was hoping we could go back to this summary that
Yes.
Administrator Yorkie had put together for us, so we could all be on the same
Yes.
page and working out the same document here.
Thank you.
Yes, sir, Administrator Yorkie.
And I'd just like to note for the record that the document that I sent you on the 29th of December is also included in the board agenda packet.
Mhm.
Right.
Oh, thank you. Okie dokie. So here we are, Building Committee, one commissioner, it's and one alternate. It's the second Friday of the month at 1 p.m. I'm very willing to take this one on. I think I've sat in on one meeting and have been scheduled for future ones, just as we've had the vacancies. Is anyone else really hoping to be on this, or
I'll be your
Commissioner Hawkins.
alternate.
Very good. Yes, thank you very much. All right. Next one is Community Center Board of Trustees. We have discussed that a little bit. Are we able to move on from that one? Okay. Or did we get an alternate there? I'm sorry. Is that Commissioner Storley?
I can continue. Yes.
Okay. Thank you. And then this next item is General Government Committee, and this is an interesting one because we discussed it a little bit, setting up our administrative meetings, which we have done in the past, this past year during the transition period with interim. I think, and I wasn't involved with this with our previous administrator, but I think those meetings, we've had discussions about, no, this is not exactly general government, those administrative meetings, but regardless, I think it's worth discussing what the General Government Committee involves and entails, and if we'd like to assign commissioners there. And I don't know if you have some more perspective on that, Administrator Yorkie. And you're on mute.
I don't, and I would appreciate any kind of elaboration. This group hasn't met since I arrived here, and so I'm unfamiliar with its workings.
I asked Brady about it. He thought maybe it was the leadership committee.
Right. Oh, and I'm sorry. That's how I referred to the administrative meeting. But that's where the discussion was, and there was some disagreement in last year's board just about whether or not that would be appropriate, because that's not how it was assigned at our first meeting last year. And so I thought it was worth talking about here, if that would be appropriate. Or my understanding is the committee is more or less just an added step or measure in the process when we have various advisory committees, such as the Highway Advisory Committee or the Budget Advisory Committee, to go to the General Government Committee before it is brought to the board. And I believe that's more or less how it operates in AMC as well. So we have specialized advisory groups who have maybe a policy suggestion that would then go to the General Government Committee, which, as I said, the discussion was about whether or not this quote-unquote leadership / administrative meeting just on the Mondays before a board meeting. Does anyone have any thoughts about that?
I would say that if we have a leadership meeting, the Monday before a board meeting, the chair and the vice chair should be on that committee then. There we go.
Yeah, well, that makes sense to me. It is a fairly frequent committee, but I think that, having the chair and the vice chair involved in that, and having chair and vice chair on the same page as the administrative team has a lot of value there. So I'd be in support of that.
Right.
That's great.
Sounds good.
Okay. So it sounds like we'll be, turning that quote unquote leadership meeting into the general government, and just having that scheduled before the Monday before board meetings at 8:30. Okay. Very good. Next one is the labor negotiations, another interesting one in this year at least, because as you can see on our list, it's the board chair and the vice chair. And as a board, we discussed how we should go about this because, well, it's a weird year with the pandemic, but also with elections, it wasn't clear if our board would still be, if our board chair would still be on the board. And so we wanted to ensure continuity, if necessary, with negotiations. And so as a board, we had decided that myself and Commissioner Storley, since we were not up for election, or were not resigning off the board, we would be sitting on that. Now, negotiations are still going on, so it makes sense in my mind for Commissioner Storley and I to continue on that.
I could serve as an alternate.
Okay.
Or Stacy, would you like to?
Chairman Mills?
Yes, Commissioner Storley.
I would suggest we leave it blank. Labor negotiations, just leave it blank. Because after this negotiations, we don't know where we're going to go in the future.
I hear your point. Yeah, it's kind of a weird year, and yeah, I'm not sure how to navigate that. Yeah, Attorney Hicken.
Do you have narrowed down what the term of the current labor agreement would be, whether it's like 2 years or 3 years? Because I can
I'm
see.
sorry?
Do you know what the term of the current labor agreement under negotiation is? Has that been agreed upon? Because if it's a 2-year labor agreement, you're going to reach some agreement hopefully soon. You wouldn't necessarily need to appoint somebody.
Right, and I think while we're in negotiations, we do have tentative agreements with various aspects of the negotiations, but I don't think we should discuss what has tentatively been agreed upon at this point. And so I really hesitate to define anything, although I do recognize it being a very odd year, as Commissioner Storley pointed out. So I guess I'm comfortable leaving it blank for the time being, or rather, Commissioner Storley, I think what I'd be more comfortable with, if it's okay with you and the rest of the board, is assigning you and I to it, and then changing that if necessary down the road. I think that's maybe what you're getting at.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Yeah, we can do that for now.
Okay. Is the rest of the board okay with that? Okay. Okay, great. Thank you very much. And then Personnel Committee, 2 commissioners, myself, and it was Commissioner Dukirk.
And I'd be happy to serve in that capacity.
Okay, great. Is that okay with everyone? Okay, thank you. Then we have Public Health and Human Services Advisory Committee, and that's myself serving on that. I'd be happy to continue there. It ties in very well with Community Health Board and Arrowhead Health Alliance. We don't have an alternate there. We could have an alternate. Is there interest in anyone being an alternate? Or we could not. I don't know if it's necessary. I don't know that I've missed a meeting. Well, knowing me, I'm sure I've missed a meeting. Okay. Well, maybe we'll just move on from that. Public Safety Transportation Committee. fourth Wednesday a month, 8 a.m. at the Highway Department. Commissioner Storley is currently on that. Are you willing to continue, Commissioner Storley?
That's interesting. I've not attended anything. Was it Bobby's?
I think it was Bobby's and then you took it over when we needed to appoint
Yeah.
somebody.
Yeah, I think it's on District 1's list.
So maybe we
interested in
could
that
leave you
committee.
till, Jenny, till the District 1 election is over.
I'm interested in
Commissioner-
serving on that committee and willing to discuss it after February with the new commissioner.
Yeah, and thank you very much, Commissioner Hawkins. And it does list it as 2 commissioners on there. So Commissioner Storley, are you okay being on there as well, or is that something you'd like to shift from just because you had kind of temporarily taken it on, or what are your
Yeah,
thoughts?
I will, well, if they meet this month, I'm fine, but no, I will not continue in the future. I think that belongs to District 1.
Okay, and then to clarify, Commissioner Hawkins, is that something that you would be willing to continue and then also have a District 1 because of that 2 commissioner? Okay, thank you very much. And scrolling down, we've got advisory committees here. Aquatic Invasive Species Advisory Committee. That's Commissioner Storley. I'm the alternate. I have not attended. Commissioner Storley, are you willing to continue serving on that committee?
Yes, I'm the chairman of that. Yep.
Oh, excellent. Thank you.
Uh-huh.
And then we've got, next is the Budget Advisory Committee, 4th Tuesday of the month after the board meeting. And it's 2 commissioners. That was Commissioner Bersheim and Commissioner Dukirk. Is there any interest there?
Yes.
Yep. Excellent.
You've got your 2.
All right. Yep, we've got Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Sullivan. Thank you very much. Then we have the Highway Advisory Committee. 1 commissioner, and I had filled in there, and I think there's been some cancellations and rescheduling, but I'm happy to sit on that unless someone else has an interest that they'd like to sit in instead.
I'd like to ask for clarification about this. What is the difference between the Highway Advisory Committee and the Public Safety Transportation Committee?
Well, I can't speak to the Public Safety Transportation Committee aside from it having 2 commissioners, and my understanding of that structure is that it's more of a staff, an internal committee. These advisory groups bring the public into the meeting, and so there's typically representatives from the various districts of the public besides our staff, or in addition to our staff. And so the advisory committees, bring the perspectives beyond just the commissioners and staff, and then those advisory would maybe say go to the Public Safety and Transportation Committee or to the county board after that.
So I'd be willing to serve on that and try to figure this out and maybe give a recommendation if it should all be 1 person all the time.
Great. That sounds good. Thank you very much. And then we have the Public Health Local Mental Health Advisory Committee. That was Commissioner Dukirk, and I was the alternative, or the alternate rather. And I would be happy to step into to that, but I'm very open to having another commissioner serve if there's interest there.
I'd be happy to serve as an alternate.
Okay. That sounds good. Thank you very much.
Chairman
When does
Mills?
that committee meet, Dave?
Oh,
That's the 2nd Tuesday of every month.
Chairman,
Which I think, yeah. I'm sorry, yes, Commissioner Storley.
well, as we're going along here, I hope somebody's keeping track of all this. Is it April or Stacy, your replacement? Who's keeping track of all this?
I'm keeping track of everything.
I'm writing it down too. It's habit.
I know, I am too, because I'm hoping that we can get a printout then before next week. And kind of go over it again maybe, or, in February too. So thank you, April.
Administrator Yorkie.
So another question about process. So when you all actually vote on these assignments, you'll need a written list to look at before you can like approve the positions, right? So we'll need to have some kind of short break at the end. So April and I can confer on that list and then get it to you for review so everybody can look at it and come to agreement that it's accurate before you all vote on it. Does that make sense?
Yes.
That sounds wonderful.
To look it over, because as we're all saying, I'll do this, I'll do that, I'll be alternate, your list can really grow. So that's why we need to have a look at it when we're all done signing up.
So, and
Yeah,
let me, if I could just ask April, does that make sense to you?
Yes, as soon as we're done going through the list, I will email it to you so you can confirm all the notes that I made.
Okay.
And if that works for you, then I'm assuming you could just forward that email to the commissioners.
Sounds good. Okay. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, April, and thank you, Administrator Yorkie. That's very good process and is very helpful. Go team.
Okay.
All right, so we were just on the Local Mental Health Advisory Committee. I was taking the position there, and then Commissioner Sullivan was alternate. And so now we're moving down the list further. We've gone through AMC. We've gone through the Board of Adjustment. We've gone through Board of Equalization. Gone through the Extension Committee. Gone through Firewise. Or I'm sorry. Yes,
We did Firewise.
Yep, thank you. Public Health and Human Services, that's the all of us. Law Library, North Shore Management Board, Planning Commission. And so now we're down to other commissioner assignments, non-statutory. The first one is the AMC Indian Affairs Task Force. And it's one commissioner, usually District 1, it says. I was able to sit on one of those meetings that was during last year's AMC annual conference, and it was great to get that perspective. Some of these AMC groups we can't always. They kind of do breakouts, so you can't always. For instance, we couldn't all attend each one just logistically. It wouldn't work. But I'm happy to put my name on the Indian Affairs Task Force in the meanwhile until we have representative from District 1, unless somebody else would like to put their name on there.
I'd be happy to put my name on there and take something off your plate.
Well, much obliged, and yeah, that sounds good to me. So we'll have Commissioner Sullivan on the AMC Indian Affairs Task Force. We have the Arrowhead Coalition for Multiple Use next. I was the alternate. I never attended a meeting or heard much communication. Does anyone have any perspective there?
Do we know who the chair is?
I do not.
I think we should postpone this one until we gather more information.
Okay.
That was Chairman Bershheim.
Okay. Yeah, maybe Administrator Yorkie, if you could do a little search or communication on that one or make a note of it. So hopefully we can address that before our meeting is over. But if not, I'm comfortable revisiting as at another meeting, as Commissioner Hawkins was insinuating there.
I will do that. And I know that there are a number of department directors who are also watching this broadcast. So if any of you have information that you can share, please send that to me. Thanks.
Next one is the Arrowhead Counties Association. That's Commissioner Storley and one alternate. Commissioner Storley, are you willing to continue in that role?
Well, this is my twofer. So I go down to Duluth for this meeting on a Wednesday night, and I stay over with my family for the next meeting, which is ARDC. So that's the two.
That's a yes. Yeah, excellent.
I have a question. Is this a joint powers board too? I tried to find information when I Googled this and I couldn't
Yeah.
find information on this board.
Not that I'm aware of. No.
ARDC,
It's 11 counties.
Arrowhead the Counties Association. I was trying to find out information about that and why we go to this one, what its purpose is. So Commissioner Storley, if you can share that with me, I'd love to see the minutes of those meetings.
See the minutes?
So yeah, just so I get an awareness of what this group is about.
I can send you some background. We haven't really been meeting because of COVID. We've had a couple of Zoom meetings. I don't know what our schedule is. It's 11 counties, and we have a secretary and we have a chair, and I'm the treasurer. So,
Do we pay dues?
pardon?
Do we pay dues, or is there?
No,
a
there's
cost?
11 counties pay into that, yes. And we have a legislative representative, John Ungaro is our legislative representative, yes, from the Capitol, yeah.
John Garo's position is with St. Louis County, so he's
Yeah, right,
he's their lobbyist, and he must do
Yeah.
the
yep.
Well,
Keeps
so
us
this
up to
is-
date with what's going on.
Yeah, this is one of the regional collaborations to
Yeah.
stay in touch on what's going on and bringing it similar but different to AMC. Would you say kind of a smaller AMC?
Smaller.
Is that accurate?
Right, yeah.
Okay.
So I'm gonna ask another question. Brady, is this part of a budget line item for lobbying? Or do we have, I mean, is this a
No,
budget expense? Where does it come from?
Sorry, I was in the middle of emailing. What organization again?
Arrowhead Counties Association,
Mhm.
they have a budget and Commissioner Storley is treasurer, so I'm just trying to clarify how much we pay for this.
We pay lobbying and dues. And I think it's through that organization. It's $2,000, I believe. I'm not able to connect with IFS right now, so I can't confirm that, but I think that's what it is.
Okay, Commissioner Hawkins, did you have more questions?
No, that's good.
Okay. Okay, so Commissioner Storley, you're willing to continue on that, and
yes,
as you say, the ARDC is the following morning, so partnering those two meetings works very well for efficiency for us.
right.
But we'll get to the ARDC, I guess, when we get there. But
Yes,
the
right.
next one, the next one is the AUA, and I sit on that.
Mr. Chairman,
I'm sorry, yes, Administrator Yorkie.
yes, we need an alternate for the Arrowhead Counties Association.
Thank you. Anyone willing to take that on there? Otherwise, I'd be happy to be alternate. And full disclosure, a lot of these committees, the alternate is rarely used, but it is important to have representation when we're dealing with these regional boards, and
Right.
sometimes it's helpful just to have redundancy, so we're all in the same loop as far as where we are as a county in that organization. But
I'll volunteer to be the alternate.
oh, great! Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. And then we have the Arrowhead Economic Opportunity Agency, AEOA. I'm sure most of you are fairly familiar with it, and does really great work. And you know, I thought they did a lot of work in Cook County, and they do, but attending those meetings and seeing the work that they do in the rest of our region, it's fairly mind-blowing. Very, very big organization, very big board, and it's really, really great to have partnerships in that. And we have Commissioner Storley as the alternate. I don't think I've missed a meeting there, Commissioner Storley, but are you willing to be the alternate?
Yes, I will.
Okay, thank you. And we've talked about the Arrowhead Health Alliance there. Can we just go over who the alternate is there again?
I am.
Effective and Jenny.
Mhm.
Yeah.
Thank you. Arrowhead Library System. This one I'm not familiar with. I do sit on the Arrowhead, or the Grand Marais Library Board, and we do have Helen Muth representing us at the Arrowhead Library System. I'm not familiar with a commissioner being on that, so this may be one of those situations, as Commissioner Hawkins was hoping to identify, that maybe we can take this one off the list. Does
And if we
anyone-
don't, I'll be happy to serve.
Yeah, and thank you very much. I'm not sure when they meet or how frequently. I don't know if you know Helen, but she would be happy to you know, to get you up to speed there. But I don't even know if it's appropriate having a commissioner, or if other counties have commissioners there, so we can maybe look into that a little bit.
I think we should put this on the list, like with the Arrowhead Coalition of Multiple Use. There
Okay.
are certain things that I think got on this list and commissioners are getting per diems for, and I question whether it really is necessary to have a commissioner get paid to go to these meetings that they're volunteers at. So I don't want to just name somebody just for the sake of naming somebody so they can get $100. I want to make sure we're sending somebody and it's purposeful.
Right. Yeah. And I guess I'm not familiar with just getting $100, but I think it is important for the county to have a voice in these organizations if we're supposed to. But like, as I said, I'm not familiar with having commissioner representation in there, and I do appreciate Commissioner Sullivan stepping up if we find that that's appropriate. But I'm very comfortable, as you say, Commissioner Hawkins, to put this on the list to look into further. So, may I ask Administrator Yorkie to do that one, or look into that one a little bit more too?
I will. And
Thank you.
related to this and the Arrowhead Coalition for Multiple Use, I'm not sure I can do that, look into those before the end of the meeting, because I'm trying to
Okay.
track the discussion. But I'd be happy to report back at next week's meeting.
Thank you. Yeah, and I don't see you know, if it works out, great. But yes, I appreciate you following the meeting versus doing the deep dive and looking into that. So I don't think there's any real sense of urgency here.
Thank you.
And here we go to the ARC, one commissioner, one alternate. We talked about this one. We have
Me
have that
and
covered.
Ginny.
Thank you. Then we go on to ARDC, which we briefly talked about with Commissioner Storley being on there. Doesn't list an alternate. I don't know if that's necessary. Commissioner Storley, do you have perspective there?
I've never needed one, but you never know. Might be good to have a backup. That meets the third Thursday in the ARDC building in downtown Duluth on Superior Street at 10 o'clock. And I've been commissioned for that for the next 2 years.
Oh, okay.
I'll be the backup for that.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you, Commissioner Storley, and thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Let's see here. Arrowhead Transit. Commissioner Storley, and myself as the alternate. I have not attended a meeting. Commissioner Storley, are you willing to serve in that role again?
Yes, I'll continue. I've not had a meeting either, so we can just leave it there in case they have a meeting.
Yeah. Well, and I think that's kind of a subset of AEOA, and I'm
Yeah.
not familiar with the transit portion of AEOA having separate meetings, but I guess, every sector of their organization or in the regions probably have some sort
Right.
of decisions to be made, but
Yeah.
yeah, so good to know. And just to clarify, I guess to one of Commissioner Hawkins's concerns or points is, we do not get a per diem for having the name on the list. It's only if a meeting is called and we attend.
Right.
So there's no financial harm in having your name there, even if there is no meeting called.
But if there is a meeting called, there are tax dollars spent. So I just want to make sure that we're spending tax dollars in a responsible way.
Right on. Agreed. Cemetery Association, one commissioner. I'm not familiar with this one, and Commissioner Hawkins, you have a point there?
Yeah, actually, I would like Brady to speak to this because the county does own a cemetery, and I was under the impression that we had to statutorily have a cemetery committee. They don't meet, but we had to list it. So I was asking if that should be moved up. We don't have to name anybody, but we need to identify that that's a statutorily required. So if Brady could speak to that, I'd like that.
I think it is, but I don't have those files with me, so I'd like to bring that back for your next meeting. I've got that at work, and I'm not able to connect this morning, so can't look in the online files.
Okay. We'll put that on the list. We've got 3 there so far, right? Excellent. Thank you, Brady. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins.
Thanks.
Children's Justice Initiative / State Supreme Court. I'm on there. I never got a notice. Attorney Hicken, do you have any further perspective there?
I don't think CJI has met in a few years. This is a committee that is chaired by the district court judge. That's Judge Kuzo. So he calls the meetings. And I don't believe that we necessarily have a legal obligation to have a commissioner there. A commissioner may wish to be present because decisions are made as to best practices, which could affect staffing in the attorney's office, for example, if we have some increased obligation that's dramatic, although I think that's kind of stretching it even. This might be one of those committees where you have a commissioner appointed in name only who doesn't need to go to a meeting but once a year or once every other year. That's the most information I have about CJI.
Okay. Well, I'm comfortable having my name there, and like I said, it was not called in this past year, and Attorney Hickens' recollection has not been called in 2 years. But based on the name of it, it sounds pretty important, and it also, I believe, is somewhat relevant to some of the discussions we've been having in the public safety, AMC Public Safety Committee in regards to court orders. So could be kind of in my wheelhouse of relevancy, but
And Chairman Mills, what I meant to mention also is that the assistant county attorney, sometimes the county attorney, you have county staff going to that meeting to represent the county, and we could communicate things to the commissioner. But I think it's an important one. I agree with you when it meets.
Right. Okay. Is everyone else okay with keeping it on there and keeping my name on there if the need arises?
Absolutely.
Right.
Okay. Then we have the communications, armor, towers, emergency 911 committee.
I'm happy to serve on that.
Okay, thank you very much. Next one is community health board. We spoke to that. Cook County Community Wildfire Protection Plan Implementation Committee, as needed. Not at all familiar with that. Does anyone else have any perspective there? And sorry, my screen's blank, so I can't see anyone if they.
Oh,
No,
if they're
that's
raising their
fine.
hand.
I'm wondering if this is another one. Let's get more information and how would that be different than the emergency management one that we already have? I would have think that my key forester would be heavily involved if we did have a wildfire, and if it's a plan that goes through that department. So I'd like to
Yep.
get more information about this.
And just, yeah, it says chair and vice chair, and yeah, your point is well taken. We should have some more information about what's involved here, because I have no perspective. Although, and I wonder kind of the crossover with Firewise or not, and as you pointed out, Commissioner Hawkins, the crossover with emergency management. So we can look into that a little bit. And then Cook County Healthcare Planning Committee. I know Commissioner Starley, you're on that. I'm the alternative. I have not attended one. Commissioner Starley, are you willing to stay in that role?
Yes, I will.
Thank you very
I
much.
would like a little more clarification about that committee. When
Okay.
it's healthcare planning, is that through our public health and advising healthcare plans for those constituents that take advantage of those services, or is this countywide? I'm just wondering what the purpose of this committee is.
Well, we have a meeting coming up on this Friday. It's a combination of the clinic, the hospital, Grand Portage, violence prevention, care partners, and a county representative goes to those to gather information and to help anybody who wants to have a perspective on health planning.
Thank you.
Yeah, that does sound a little different from the public health and human services, and even emergency management or emergency preparedness. There's certainly crossovers and similarities, but it sounds like there's also some real distinct differences there. So
Right, right.
yeah, thank you for asking the question, Commissioner Hawkins, and it helps give me perspective as well. All right, Cook County Historical Society. We need one commissioner there, second Monday of the month at 9 a.m.
I'd be
Commissioner
happy to
Sullivan?
participate.
Okay.
Thank
you.
Chairman Mills, and I have a question about that. How involved are you with the Historical Society?
I resigned. I was their secretary for 3 years,
Were you? Okay.
Yeah.
I know I saw your name on the list.
right?
You've got good perspective going in then, Commissioner Sullivan,
Yeah.
and hopefully we can leverage that to help give the county a voice there and work with our partners. So thank you for being willing. And I'm comfortable being the alternate there, although I never did attend one of those meetings. At this point, we're turning the page, literally, or I'm scrolling actually. I'm not actually turning page.
I'm turning the page.
I'm
Oh,
turning the
okay,
page.
good. Somebody is at least. But I was wondering if we could take just a short 5 to 7 minute break,
Right.
and then come back at it. Is that okay with everyone?
Thank you.
Okay, move for a 5-minute recess.
Great, thank you.
What time is it? 20 after 10.
Just checking in to see if Administrator Yorkie is back. Commissioner Storley, are you back?
I'm back.
Okay, great. And Attorney Hicken and Auditor Powers?
I'm here.
Excellent. All right.
Yeah.
And I presume April is as well, though
Yes.
I'll wait. Okay, thank you. All right, we're all back. On to the next page. Cook County Invasives Team, 4 meetings annually, 1 commissioner and 1 alternate, which the alternate was Commissioner Storley. I don't have any perspective here. It seems to be a little bit broader than just the aquatic invasives.
Right, yeah. I would be willing to be the commissioner on that. This is the invasives of the plant and the aquatic variety. And we probably at the most meet 4 times a year, usually at the Gunflint station. And but we haven't met at all this year, so we'll leave it there. They meet.
Stacy, you're muted.
Sorry, I have a question about this committee. How is this committee different than the AIS Advisory Committee?
This is, the AIS is invasives of water. This is of land.
Thank you.
And Jenny, if you're going to serve as the commissioner, I'd be happy to be an alternate.
Okay, thank you.
Excellent. Moving on to the Cook County Local Energy Project, 1 commissioner and 1 alternate. I am currently the alternate. I'd be happy. It was Commissioner DeShaw's, one of Commissioner DeShaw's assignments, and I was able to attend a meeting, and this was just a meeting that he missed, but was still commissioner at the time, and I have not attended anything since he had to resign. But I would be happy to move into that unless somebody else has interest in there and time, of course. And I don't know if everyone's familiar with the Cook County Local Energy Project, but it's really trying to keep things as sustainable as possible within the county and work towards a more energy sustainable county, and a lot of good work, whether from efficiencies to even, I'd say, innovations, and just the options and bringing that to the public at large. And one of the areas I think I'd like to see more of with that is just more access, more equity access, and I think they're doing good work. Yes, Commissioner Sullivan.
I would be happy to serve on that task force. I have experience with CCLEP, and if you'd be willing to continue as the alternate, be pleased to do that.
That'd be wonderful. Yeah, thank you. And Cook County Restorative Justice Committee, I was the alternate. I was not involved in any meetings. I believe that was Commissioner Bersheim. Does anyone have any interest in that?
Well, I'm interested, I guess, but I would like a little more information from Attorney Hicken, please.
Happy to help. Cook County Restorative Justice is a nonprofit. It's not its own nonprofit. It's under the umbrella of the North Shore Healthcare Association, and it's and the commissioner position is essentially of an advisory nature. Commissioner Bersheim had a special interest in this area. The county has no real financial obligations towards restorative justice. The board has been supportive in the past of the county attorney's office involvement in this group. I serve on the advisory council as well. It's got probably 10 members. And I think it's valuable to participate. But if your question is, do we have a legal obligation? You do not have a legal obligation to be a part of it.
I'm willing to try it out and serve in Commissioner Bersheim's position until I figure this out.
That'd be wonderful. Thank you. And I know that restorative justice is having a significant impact on the way that we look at the justice system in our county as well as just nationally and what have you. And I think it's very relevant and will be more and more relevant. And it's also relevant as far as community health is concerned, as well as you could even go as far as the economic impacts. You know, there's real good being done there, and I'm very, very supportive of it. I'm really grateful, Commissioner Hawkins, that you're willing to serve on there. Thank you. Cook County Soil and Water Conservation District. I believe that was Commissioner Dukirk.
Right, and I did speak with her prior to the end of December, and I would be very willing to serve in that capacity.
Great, thank you very much.
Sorry, I have a question again.
Yeah.
I'm wondering if this soil and water district is statutorily required, if it should be moved to a different list.
Good question.
The Soil and Water Conservation District, sorry, Chairman Mills. The Soil and Water Conservation District is a statutory body. If you give me 5 minutes, I can do some research and report back as to what that board composition, if the board composition is defined by statute.
Thank you.
Okay. Yep. At your leisure there. We've got the Cook County Wetlands Management Plan Committee. I'm afraid I'm not familiar with that, but I imagine it closely ties into the soil and water.
Yes, and Heidi recommended if I chose that I look at both of those. So I would be happy to do that as well.
Yeah.
So,
and, yep, please.
Sorry.
No, please.
So is this part of soil and this management plan, does it come through the Soil and Water Committee, or is this a totally separate committee?
Yeah, and this is me speaking off the cuff, so anyone else who knows better, please speak up. But wetlands is its own thing, right? Wetland credits, issues surrounding wetlands in the state. Soil and water is, I think, largely, I'm sure wetlands are a part of that, a big part, but also dealing with just watersheds and preserving the soil integrity. So I think, again, there's some overlap, I think, and relevancy for both, but my understanding is they are separate issues that are addressed by separate organizations at the state and through AMC.
So,
Commissioner Sullivan, I'm sorry. Yep.
Do you know the chair of this committee?
Do I? No, I don't. Commissioner Sullivan, did you pick up on that?
I do not have that information from Heidi. I can certainly contact her.
Well, and I was just after my off-the-cuff explanation. I didn't know if there was any more you could add to it, having talked to Commissioner Dukirk specifically about it, or if that was a fair enough summary.
That was a pretty good summary.
Okay. And then the next one is the Cook County YMCA Advisory Committee. 2 commissioners, myself and Commissioner Bersheim was on that, and then 1 alternate as well. Does anyone have any?
I'd be happy to serve.
Awesome. Yeah. And do we have anyone willing for alternate?
I'd be happy to be the alternate.
Okay. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, may I?
Please.
I just wanted to confirm, going back to the Cook County Restorative Justice Committee, that you are going to continue in your role as the alternate there?
Yes, thank you.
Okay. And then also for the Cook County Wetlands Management Plan Committee, I did not get who the commissioner and alternate will be. Or are we tabling that for now?
We don't have an alternate yet. I said I would be happy to be the commissioner.
Okay. Thanks for that.
Yeah, I'm sorry, Administrator Yorkie, and thank you for pointing that out. I would happy to be the alternate, as I am the alternate on the soil and water.
Great.
Thank you for catching that.
Commissioner Chairman Mills, I can report back on Soil and Water Conservation District.
Okay.
All right, just knowing that I only just scanned this, but of course the board is made up of elected supervisors. You always see them on the ballot. A commissioner is probably included under this provision of statute, which says the supervisors may invite the legislative body of a municipality or county to designate a representative to advise and consult with the supervisors of the district on questions of program and policy that may affect the property, water supply, or other interests of the county. So it's probably under that invitation that a commissioner has been assigned to attend these in an ex officio capacity.
Great, thank you, Attorney Hicken. Does that bring any further questions or any changes to anyone's mind? Okay. Down to Council on Aging. One commissioner, and we have Commissioner Storley as the alternate. Commissioner Storley, are you?
Chairman Mills.
Yeah, Commissioner Storley.
And I have not had a meeting, but you never know as we age, more people might be involved. So I would recommend we leave it there and have somebody that could go.
I'm going to ask my same old questions. Who is this group? Who calls the meetings? Who's the chair? When do they meet?
I don't know. I've never been asked.
Then I think we move this to the ones, let's check on this one.
Yeah, and was this Commissioner Bersheim who was the primary?
I believe so. Yes.
Yeah.
Right.
Yep. And this probably point of reference is probably through I'm assuming through Public Health and or the North Shore Healthcare Foundation. We can start fishing around in those areas for finding that out a little bit more. I would like to point out and do my darndest being tactful here. In our community, we have a significant population of aging. I guess we're all aging, but you know, older population. And I think the relevancy is pretty important, but I can't speak to the specifics regarding the function of it or the structure of it. So I think it's fine to move aside and we can revisit at a further meeting, but I think that we could still assign somebody without knowing the who's. But Commissioner Hawkins, I understand your concern and your prudence is appreciated.
So are you asking for a commissioner there? Oh.
Well, I guess, you know, without more information, I think it's fair to set it aside for now.
Okay.
I'm just, what I'm trying to, you know, it's a balance. We're all doing a balance here, right? Of not knowing and having a little faith, but also recognizes that changes could be very effective and worthwhile. So
Right.
Does anyone else have any thoughts on that, whether we should have someone assigned now or later?
I think we should try to assign someone.
Mhm. Okay, Chairman Mills, then I will move to the commissioner representation and get further information about this.
Okay.
How they meet and so on and so forth somehow.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Yeah, and it may not be a regular
Right.
meeting. It might just be
Right.
now and then, or it may. But without knowing the schedule, to Commissioner
Right.
Hawkins' point, it's difficult
Yeah.
to really figure this out. So,
So then we need
Yes,
an
okay.
alternate.
okay, Administrator Yorkie.
I just got an email from Tim Nelson, Land Services, saying that wetlands are administered through Land Services and the committee doesn't meet very often. So just FYI.
Okay.
Thank you. I'm sorry, Commissioner Storley, were you saying you'd like to be the assigned commissioner for the Council on Aging?
Yes, I will. And then we'll need an alternate.
Okay.
And I'd be happy to serve as the alternate.
Thank you.
Okay. Okay, and I'm not so to address your concerns, Commissioner Hawkins, are you comfortable with these assignments, but we should still follow up and find out what this is and look into that? I mean, there's kind of two approaches here, and it seems we've got two commissioners willing to move into that role. But to your point about wanting to know more, I think we can still both assign and find out more if you're okay with that.
Yeah, I'm fine. I will keep asking the questions.
Please, I think it's important and very helpful, so thank you. All right, we have the county/DNR/Forest Service quarterly coordination. One commissioner and one alternate. And I don't have any perspective here. I do know that we all know that a significant, to say the least, portion of our geography is public land, and so these kinds of partnerships and lines of communication, I think, are very important. I just don't have any perspective on the issues discussed. I know, say, land exchanges would have been an issue, but I don't know that there's any ongoing land exchanges right now. When we're talking about, say, the potential of state land turning into county land with, say, Passion Pit, it may be more of a relevant issue there. So I think we should assign somebody just to have a point person. Is my thinking sound there?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Well, yes, I think it's important. I'm wondering if it should be the chair, vice chair. Does this fall under government leadership? Does this fall under land services? Certainly important. I'm just trying to organize this in my head. How is this different than the other ones we've already agreed to? And which would be the best fit for that?
Mm-hmm.
Continuity.
Attorney Hicken? Oh, I'm sorry.
Chairman Mills, if Commissioner Hawkins is done, I'm just here to suggest that this might be a land commissioner question. You might wish to have the land commissioner check into the value in these meetings and whether a commissioner should be there and whether the land commissioner attends on behalf of the county.
Okay. Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. Commissioner Sullivan, what do you think about
In
that?
the meantime, till we get more information, I'm happy to put my name on there.
Okay. Very good. And to Commissioner Hawkins' point, when we find out more information, we might want to reassess whether we have multiple commissioners or just one, or if it should be chair, vice chair, that sort of thing. So thank you in the meanwhile for being willing there. And again, thank you, Commissioner Hawkins, for asking the good questions.
I'd be willing to be the alternate for now.
Okay, great. Thank you, Commissioner Storley. We scrolling down to the Deferred Comp Plan Committee. I don't know who was on that before or the makeup. It sounds like it could be a subset of the benefits committee. Could be a subset of, well, I guess that's probably the most appropriate one, but does anyone have any further perspective there?
That
Well,
was on, Commissioner Bershheim's list.
I'm
Commissioner?
kind of thinking it was a benefits committee, or it's part of that, and it just got named here on this list this way and on another list differently.
This is Brady. The history, it hasn't been part of any other committee. It's something that rarely arises. We have a specific plan for deferred compensation. And it's not even annually. It probably has met on average less than once every 5 years. It's only when a specific issue has arisen. So actually, you could either name somebody to the committee. I could talk to HR. It could be part of the benefits. It could be part of another committee. We didn't have any other committee at the time because it's so rare.
Commissioner
Excuse me.
Hawkins?
So the benefits committee is not on this list that I saw. And is it important? Do we have a commissioner currently serving on the benefits committee? Do we need a commissioner serving on that?
We have never had a commissioner serving on the benefits committee.
Then I question the need for a deferred comp plan unless the need arises, since we haven't even met in 5 years. Let's scratch this one, and if a need arises, let's talk about it then.
I agree. It's so rare that we can simply bring it up, and if it needs a commissioner to sit in on a discussion, we can do it at that time.
Sounds good to me. I wonder, and thank you, April, for the perspective on the benefits committee there. And I don't know that a commissioner needs to be on that committee. I think it makes good sense to scratch the deferred comp if it's a very rare thing. Help clean up our list a little bit here, and we can talk to HR. We can hold off on this, put it on the list to talk to HR about. In addition to kind of the benefits committee idea, don't know if a commissioner's perspective on the benefits committee is relevant, but it's worth talking about and asking about. So, does that sound okay? I saw a visual from Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Sullivan. I just want to make sure. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Storley?
Yes, fine.
Okay, thank you. Then we have the Grand Marais Cook County EDA. Yes, we got that one down.
I'm sorry, Mr. Chairman.
Yes, Administrator Yorkie.
Yeah, I just want to confirm. So we're leaving the deferred comp committee on the list for now and doing some follow up before deciding to remove it.
Yeah.
Or
Well,
struck.
Yeah, I think what we agreed on here, consensus was to remove it. And then if the need arises, we can talk to somebody or form the committee if the need arises, but it's so rare that it doesn't need to be on the list. And then if we want to also bring that as well as the benefits committee topic idea to HR, we can revisit it through that. So taking it off our current list, maybe moving it to the investigatory list, and going from there. Is that clear?
Yeah.
Clearish? Yeah.
Clearish.
Okay.
Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you. Okay, so we have the EDA, and we have the commissioner and alternate there as, I'm sorry, I didn't write that one down.
So I'm listed as the commissioner and Stacy is the alternate.
Yeah, okay. Okay, yep. And then emergency information team. Board chair and vice chair. Forest Service facilitated. I can speak as vice chair of last year. It was not brought up, and it sounds similar to emergency management or emergency preparedness, as well as the other kind of county, state, federal quarterly coordination and all that. Brady, do you have any perspective on this team? Well, Brady's on mute, but I have no perspective on it, and so unless anyone else does, I think through our other means of communication and avenues that we could cover the bases there. Do you have any concerns about that, Administrator Yorkie or Attorney Hicken or Brady?
Dave, which committee again? I'm sorry.
Emergency Information Team. It's the Forest Service facilitated.
Yeah, I'm sorry. I don't have any background on that committee.
Okay.
Or team.
Well, are commissioners comfortable with putting it on our to be investigated list and holding off on that? Okay, and thank you, Administrator Yorkie. Commissioner Storley, do you have, I'm sorry, I don't have a visual on you, so do you have any further perspective, or does that sound okay to you?
Oh, it's fine. Yes.
Okay.
I'll let you know.
Okay, yeah, thank
My
you.
hand.
Yeah, I'm just trying to be thorough. And then we have Emergency Operations Command, that's all of us, the EOC, Emergency Preparedness Committee, Board Chair and Vice Chair. I've been sitting on that with past Board Chair Commissioner Bersheim, and that's a really good group and has been meeting more regularly during the pandemic here, and very important to stay in the loop with our other partners, and that's another opportunity for us to communicate with other agencies like the Border Patrol and the Forest Service. So I guess I would, prefer to keep it Chair and Vice Chair. Commissioner Sullivan, do you have a?
I just wondered if we should have an alternate. It indicates that on the sheet that we should have an alternate.
Yeah, that's fine by me. I think that's great. How both Commissioner Bersheim and I have not always been able to attend, but I believe one of us has always been able to attend. So
Okay.
it is two commissioners kind of acting like an alternate, but I do see a lot of value if, for perspective of other commissioners, if we want to have an alternate just so that they can participate in that if either the chair or vice chair is not able to attend. What's our appetite there? I guess it's largely Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Storley if you'd want to be alternate.
Chairman,
Or if you think,
do
yeah.
that.
I'm sorry?
Yes, we'll do that. I'll be the alternate.
Okay, thank you.
Mhm.
Let's see, and the fire department relief funds, these are required for us to assign, and I don't know if we have any indication that the current assignments would not work for the upcoming year. Otherwise, I think we should leave them as is. Okay. Forest Service / county liaison meetings, emergency only. Board chair and vice chair. I'm assuming this would, again, I didn't have these specifically on the plate last year. I'm assuming it's more of a forest fire situation, but I don't know more beyond that. There's some, overlap with emergency preparedness. That's more about being prepared, right? And this seems to be more about exclusively Forest Service communications in an emergency. So it makes sense to have the chair and vice chair. I don't know that we need to explicitly spell it out like this. Anyone's thoughts?
Well, it kind of, to me, that it says emergencies only, sounds like it's going to go through our emergency operations department. And whoever is serving on that committee would be part of that. That's my first reaction.
Yep. Well, let's, and that makes sense to me. And the EOC is going to be, Emergency Operations Command is going to be all of us. So I don't know if there's a line where the county is not necessarily involved in an emergency, but still wants to have the communication. I don't know, but maybe we can put that on our list to be investigated a little bit more, if that's okay with everyone. And for the time being, keep it off of our assigned list.
Good.
Okay. Gitchagami Trail Association Committee, Commissioner Storley, are you willing to serve on that again?
Yes, I am. Need an
Okay.
alternate. I never really needed one, but it might be good to have an alternate.
Okay.
I'm going to
Commissioner
raise my same questions. When does this meet? Who's the chair?
Well, we meet every other month, and of course, the Gitchagami Trail is going in our county big time between Grand Marais and Lutsen and Tofty and so forth. So we meet every other month. We have a director from ARDC. Bruce Martinson is the chairman.
Yeah, I love the trail. I've ridden the trail, not against the trail. But I do notice we don't have any snowmobile trail representation. And so I'm just questioning why this one.
Well, this is statewide, sponsored by legislative money and so forth. The snowmobile trail, the cross-country trail, they have their own committees and people move forward with that. This is a different trail association. Let me put it that way. There's other associations. I just attended Sugar Bush Association.
Is it accurate to say that a lot of the challenge with the Gitchagami Trail was its construction and kind of land rights that required a little more involvement, and versus say some of the other trails like you say the Sugar Bush or
Right.
the State Snowmobile
Yeah.
Trail are established and kind of more in operation and maintenance mode versus the Gitchagami. Is that
Right. And it's important for Cook County to have a representative there. That's why I'm there.
when it spans multiple counties, right? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Thank you for clarifying that a little bit. Okay, and so you're willing to serve on that, and do we have interest as an alternate? Otherwise, I'm happy to be alternate, especially in light of Commissioner Storley saying it's not really necessary because she makes the meetings.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Okay, very good. Grand Marais Library Board, we visited that. Myself as the commissioner, was alternate Commissioner Sullivan. Did I write that?
Mhm.
Yeah, thank you. And then Grand Portage Community Task Force, District 1 Commissioner and 1 Commissioner. We currently do not have a District 1 Commissioner. Do we have another commissioner who would be interested as that? Okay, Commissioner Sullivan.
Mhm.
Okay. And then do we want I think it makes a lot of sense to reserve that District 1 commissioner seat for that commissioner. Does that make sense to everyone else? Okay.
Right.
Okay, thank you. Gunflint Trail Scenic Byway Committee, 1 commissioner, Commissioner Sullivan, your district. Thank you very much. Heart of the Continent Partnership, a large conference every other year with Canada, multiple counties. 1 commissioner, 1 alternate. I really don't know. Yes, Commissioner Hawkins.
I propose we eliminate this one. This is a tourism-based group out of Canada, does tourism work, but there's lots of organizations in our county that already pay dues to this and send people to. I do not see the need for the county commissioners to duplicate those efforts.
Okay. Yeah, and I'm not opposed to your proposition there. I do know Emergency Management Director Mike Keyport has spoke to spoke about this group in the past, and I know previous commissioners have attended, but considering all of the travel restrictions and such, I'm okay with dropping this one, or in the very least, putting it on our research list.
I like the idea of the research list. I think this might be an opportunity for our District 1 commissioner. It might be something that's very important to Grand Portage. So I'd want to do research before we just drop it.
Right.
Very good.
Would be good. As far as I know, we really have not had any meetings over the last, I think, 3 years maybe. So research it. If we have an invitation, then we can consider it.
Okay. So we'll put it on our research list then. Hospital district, 1 commissioner, myself, and then alternate Commissioner Storley. I'm happy to serve as the primary. Are you comfortable being the alternate, Commissioner Storley?
Yes, I am.
Okay.
I have a question again. Is this a statutorily required board? I'm just want to clarify.
Not for the county. No, they have their own. Yeah, they're their own taxing authority. We do collect taxes on behalf of the hospital and then distribute them, but they set their own levy. And now that we've approved the public information's coordinator position, that's a joint position between the hospital and the county. I think there's special need for this position just to keep those lines of communication going. So, and boy, I certainly learn a lot at every meeting. I ride the waves of the good news and the bad news, and but it's really good to stay informed there. But I think, yeah, to your point, I don't think it's a statutory requirement. It's just effective communication, and all the more so now with the joint position. Lake County and Cook County Highway Committee. I'm guessing we can drop this because we have our own engineer now, and but let's see if there's more information or perspective there. Do you have any insight, Administrator Yorkie, or anyone else?
I do not, Mr. Chairman.
Okay. I think we can drop that one then. Okay.
Okay.
That feels good. For whatever reason, I'm a little nervous about it, but it still feels good. All right, on to the next page here. Lake Superior Poplar River Water District Board of Directors, Commissioner Storley. Can you speak to that a little bit?
Well, that was something that was developed quite a few years ago in regards to the Poplar River. and decommissioning all that. So it's been decommissioned, and I would say probably because I'm on the Poplar River Board, that this, I have not met with them for quite a long time. So as far as I'm concerned, there is no need really to have this on our list.
Great. Thank you. That feels good too.
Yeah.
Land Policy Advisory Group, as needed, one commissioner. My guess is that would fall into the Planning Commission's realm. And it's just as needed, but you know, the Planning Commission. I'm sorry.
Chairman Mills, this is
Please.
Attorney Hicken. I don't think so. I think it may be joint with the assessor and the land services, but the assessor / land commissioner has always been the one to contact me about that policy committee. It hasn't met in maybe a year, seems to meet for specific issues that may come up. And it is kind of one of these filtering advisory entities for things that may be headed to the board next. So that's the info I have. Usually meets at the courthouse.
Okay, so basically we should assign somebody, not necessarily the Planning Commission commissioner, but there could be overlap there. So does anyone have any interest in the Land Policy Advisory Group?
I'd be happy to put my name in there.
Okay. Thank you very much, Commissioner Sullivan. Land Records Committee, as needed. The board chair and vice chair. Last year, we did not meet. I don't know anything about that. It's maybe another researched one. We can talk to Recorder about that and just see if we need to have that assignment or if we could just, you know, call it as needed, as it says there, and don't need to define it now. If everyone's comfortable with that.
Good.
Okay. Local Water Management Plan Advisory Committee. One commissioner, one alternate. Both are vacant. Yes, Commissioner Sullivan.
I would be happy to serve.
Okay. Any interest in the alternate, Commissioner Hawkins or Commissioner Storley?
Not without more information.
Fair enough. And I don't know how this differs from the One Watershed, One Plan committee, but it may be that our local plan is a subset of that One Watershed, One Plan, and then that advisory committee goes to the, you know, brings our local perspective to that One Watershed, One Plan, which is, as we talked about before, beyond just our political boundaries. But I'll serve as alternate in the meantime. But it sounds like we should maybe put that on the more research page as well, just so we can, you know, have a better understanding as a board of all these positions. Minnesota County's Intergovernmental Trust. Commissioner Storley, I know you've served on that. Are you willing to continue there?
Well, we discussed this a couple of 3-4 meetings ago. I was reappointed to that. The MCIT, which is our insurance group. And, but I don't know, Dave, were you alternate? Must have been.
I did not attend, but I have gotten communications, and I'm happy to be alternate there, unless somebody else would really like to be. Nope, nobody's jumping. Okay. Let's see, we have the Minnesota Power Citizen Advisor Committee. Commissioner Storley, is that something that you're willing to continue on?
Yes, I will. It's in my district, Taconite Harbor. We had a meeting about a year and a half ago. And it's important for the county to be represented there because of the changes that are probably coming from Minnesota Power. So I'll continue, yes.
Thank you. Yeah, I know. Boy, a year and a half ago, I remember that meeting. I wasn't there, but I remember hearing about it, and time flies. But I know
Right.
the importance is significant. So thank you for serving there. Minnesota Transportation Alliance. Don't know anything about that, I'm afraid. I'm guessing this was maybe in Commissioner DeShaw's list. He did a lot of the transportation issues and is still involved in
Right.
transportation. And so I'm happy to take that on in the meanwhile of having District 1 representation, unless somebody else would like to do that. Nope. Okay.
Thank you for doing that.
Sure. Yep. And we'll revisit things as we get our new commissioner too. Northeast Minnesota Area Transportation Partnership, and I'm assuming that's a similar situation here, but just more of just a region. So I don't know if we should, kind of keep things together or if we want to spread things out here. But again, it might be the case that District 1's seat is going to be taking this on. So willing to put my name in there in the meanwhile, unless again somebody else would like to spread that out. Okay. It's also tricky because we don't know when it meets or whatever, but I'm assuming I'll be getting emails. So
And
then we have the Northeast Minnesota Emergency Communications Board Radio. This is a quarterly meeting, and that's one we've discussed here already. Commissioner Yorkie, or Administrator Yorkie, excuse me.
Thank you. I just wanted to note that I did receive an email regarding the Northeast Minnesota Transportation Partnership. And this is part of ARDC, and they did specifically request that we have somebody appointed. So I told them I would follow up after this meeting.
I'm sorry, I can't, your microphone is kind of low and I couldn't follow all of that.
Sure. Sorry about that. So this is part of ARDC, the Northeast Minnesota Area Transportation Partnership. And they did email to request that we make sure somebody's appointed and an alternate. So I told them I would follow up after this meeting.
Okay, well, we've got me as the primary for the time being. Could we also have an alternate, please? But not everyone at once. Okay.
I will be the alternate.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. And thank you, Administrator Yorkie, for clarifying that. All right, then we have the Northeast Minnesota Home Consortium Advisory Committee, and we have Commissioner Storley and myself. Are you okay being the primary there, Commissioner Storley?
Yes, I'll continue to serve.
Okay, and I'll be happy to be alternate unless somebody else would like to get their foot in the door. I haven't been to any of those meetings, but housing is a very relevant issue. So
Right.
one other way that we can have that conversation. But Northeast Minnesota Office of Job Training Program, myself and one alternate, I'm happy to continue in that role. There's a new director for the acronym is called NEMOJET, and there's a lot of good work being done there, and it's important to kind of continue these regional partnerships. I think the bulk of the work is done with the bulk of the population in our region, and that would be St. Louis County. but there's still good work that comes to the other counties too. So, and just having St. Louis County as kind of the epicenter of our region, it's good to have those connections and ties and knowing what resources we can tap into. So anyone have an interest in being alternate for that group? We do have a joint powers there agreement.
I could be the alternate there.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Storley. Turning the page, Northeast Waste Advisory Council meets quarterly, one commissioner and one alternate, Commissioner Storley. And, I was hoping to step into that role if other commissioners are comfortable. And I didn't know if Commissioner Storley, you were comfortable staying as the alternate.
I could do that, yes.
Okay, thank you. And the Northern Counties Land Use Coordinating Board, discussed that. Was that was Commissioner Hawkins, right? Yep. Okay. And then alternate is myself. And North Shore Collaborative. I'm in the primary role there. We do need one alternate, and this board basically manages grants for our region that come from the state, and it's something I'd never heard of until I was put on that board as a commissioner, and it's really wonderful to be able to have kind of that regional perspective on what programs need funding and are worthy causes, and it's real focused on children and just trying to provide as many opportunities to youth as possible. And it's really good having that flexibility to work within our region versus having just mandated funds said this goes to this program. We can kind of select, there's applicants that apply for the grants, and then we go through a process there and select what programs would have a bigger impact, what communities they're serving, and try to navigate all that. Also, the LOTS program, the reading program, the book distribution program, is run through the North Shore Collaborative. So, really, really high impact organization that I just never really heard a lot about until becoming a commissioner. So, yes, Commissioner Hawkins.
Is this a joint powers agreement also?
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. And I believe this one's statutorily, well, I guess I don't know if it's statutorily required, but in order for us to get any of that money, we have to be a partner in it. And yeah.
Commissioner Mills?
Yes, Attorney Hicken.
I was multitasking. Which committee are we talking about that has a?
North Shore Collaborative.
Oh, sure. Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Be happy
Commissioner
to serve
Sullivan,
as
did you
an
have
alternate.
Okay, thank you very much. And then the North Shore Scenic Drive Council, one commissioner is Commissioner Storley and one alternate. Commissioner Storley, are you willing to serve as the primary there?
Yes, I am. And that's coordinated by ARDC in terms of understanding how the North Shore works, both as advisory to letting people know what's going on. And it says we meet the second Friday of the month. It's been a little tentative on that. So it's kind of at the will of ARDC, but basically we try to meet at least every other month.
Okay. And are you able to attend most of those?
All of them, yes.
Oh, okay, great. Well, then I'll be alternate.
Okay, thank you, Dave.
Coming.
What was that, James?
I said I had a feeling that was coming.
Yeah, right.
And I fell for it. Okay, great, Dave, thanks.
Yep, thank you for being the primary there. And next one is the Northwoods Food Project. And I'm the primary. This is a committee just within our county and really is working towards promoting more of a grower's culture and addressing kind of local food needs and trying to really fostering that. Pretty small group of people at this point and pretty small budget, but really good work and just depending on, I mean, boy, the pandemic kind of changed a lot of people's perspective on food dependence or independence, and so it seemed like a more and more relevant thing. And then depending on how our solid waste issues or plans kind of pan out, it could have yet even a larger impact there. So something that would encourage anyone who's looking more for that food security issue that also AEOA is kind of working. They have a subgroup that's working in that direction, but that's more, it's a regional AEOA is, and so a lot more of the impact is in St. Louis County. But does anyone have any interest as serving as the alternate on that?
I'd be happy to serve with you, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you, Commissioner Sullivan.
Serve as your alternate.
Yeah, that sounds great. Thank you. And then we have the One Watershed, One Plan Committee. We talked a little bit about that. I don't think we assigned the commissioner there.
Kind of fits with other groups that I'm on, so I'm happy to serve there.
Okay, great. Thank you very much, Commissioner Sullivan. And that's a group we hear, or that structure we hear a lot about at various AMC breakout sessions. And so I'm sure we'll all get a little taste of that too. Parks and Trails Commission, one commissioner. That was originally myself, but then had conflicts with the library board. So Commissioner Dukirk took that over for me. I don't even have the time for that other than it was the library board. So it would have been the fourth Tuesday of the month at, I think it was 5 o'clock or is it 6 o'clock? But knowing that the library board is flexible with their scheduling, I was thinking I could jump into this again, but if someone else has some more interest, I'm open to that as well. Thoughts, anybody? Well, I'll try to do that. Yeah, I'll try to do that. My only question is until we get the library board schedule kind of filtered out there, I'm wondering if I could lean on an alternate just to try to, navigate all that. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. You saved the day. And that's that's kind of a newer commission, and it's things can be it's kind of in flux, but upcoming Sawtooth Bluffs potential, I think a lot of work could happen there, or again any land exchange discussions such as Passion Pit could come through there. So I think there will be some significant relevancies in the near future. Not to mention our greater vision for just the countywide comprehensive trail plan, implementing that in next steps. So Pigeon River International Emergency Management Committee, one commissioner. Sounds like this could overlap with some other ones, but also sounds like it's District 1 situation.
I'd be happy to cover until we have the District 1 elections.
Okay, thank you very much. Poplar River Watershed Management Board. Commissioner Storley, you said you are on that, and so it sounds like you're willing to continue. We do have a spot for one alternate. Does anyone have any interest there? And Commissioner Storley, maybe you could speak again just a little bit about what the committee does or the board does?
The management board was created to have input as to the Poplar River and what was going to happen to it as far as having it decommissioned as state required, a certain amount of work being done on it. So it went on for like 10 years. I've been involved in the last 5 years of it. It involved soil and water and involved, just a lot of different entities. So we would meet quite often. As it says here, the first Monday of every other month. Well, we met even more often than that. And now that it has been decommissioned, we've not had a meeting in a year. So I would say at the most, we might have a gathering now and then, but I will continue to stay with the Poplar River Board.
Okay. Yeah, thank you. It's good to have our bases covered there. If a meeting does come up again, do you think we need an alternate there, or are you feeling like we can scratch that and because of the
Right.
infrequency and your willingness?
Right. Yeah, we can scratch that.
Scratch the alternate and okay,
Yes.
thank you. Then we have the Region 3 Social Service Redesign, all commissioners. I haven't been involved with that. Attorney Hicken, do you have any perspective on that? Is that a past thing?
It doesn't sound familiar to me, and I wonder if it is a past project that has since been scratched.
Yeah.
Okay. I hear a lot in my public health and community health board and Arrowhead Health Association about Region 3. So I'm wondering if we can kind of put that on the research side of things and otherwise assume we're going to be scratching it. But the redesign is the part that is really kind of catching me for a loop there, because I'm not familiar with any redesign happening currently. So is that okay if I ask to put that on there? Yes, Attorney Hicken.
Commissioner, I think that this might even go back like 2 directors in our past, 2 human services directors in our past when there was some consolidating of services in southern Minnesota. So that's my suspicion, but I think it would be helpful. We should at least touch base with Allison McIntyre.
Yeah, that'd be great. I'm assuming we can scratch it, but yes, if we could at least touch base with Allison, that would be wonderful.
We'll check on that.
Thank you very much. All right, and then we've got the revolving loan fund committee, 1 commissioner and 1 alternate. This was Commissioner Sullivan.
I'd be happy to serve there.
I would really like to serve on that one too. So maybe we can discuss this one a little more.
Sure.
It was Myron's spot.
Right.
And I've been doing a lot of research on this one. So, I'm really, maybe we could share it as a alternate person and regular person.
Sure.
Well, so we've got a number of options there. A, we could have 2 commissioners. B, we could have 1 primary, 1 alternate, or it sounds like C, we could have an every other situation, which it sounds tricky to the logistics, but
every other I don't think would be valuable.
Okay. Okay. So 1 primary, 1 alternate, and it sounds like Commissioner Hawkins is feeling very strongly at being primary. Is that okay with you, Commissioner Sullivan, if you're alternate, or do you also feel strongly about being primary?
I can go with it either way. Thank you.
Okay. Well, yeah, it sounds like Commissioner Hawkins is feeling very strongly primary. Thank you for your flexibility there, Commissioner Sullivan, and thank you for your passion there, Commissioner Hawkins.
Thank you, Ann.
It's very important committee and fund for our community.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, we have Safety, Wellness / Workplace Committee. one commissioner and one alternate. That was Commissioner Dukirk, and I was the alternate. I was able to attend one meeting in her absence, and it's a great group of people, the staff working to make the workplace safe and well. Does anyone have any interest in serving on that? Otherwise, I think I can move into the primary role. Second Thursday. Well, we can put me in there for the time being, if that's okay.
Good.
That does open up the alternate spot, though. Anyone willing to be alternate there?
I would have a conflict, otherwise I would.
Yeah. Okay. Well, we don't have to have an alternate, but
Could we look
maybe
at this once we have District 1 filled?
Mhm.
absolutely. Yep.
Sure.
So we'll leave this one blank until that comes around. But I will take on the primary here.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Dave.
Yeah. Yep. Okay. And then Sawtooth Bluffs Recreation Planning Committee, one commissioner and one alternate. This was Commissioner Bersheim, and yes, Commissioner Hawkins.
Well, I just know that this got moved to Parks and Trails, so maybe we could just, that's where it's going to be discussed now through that, and we could just combine those two.
Well, it's Parks and Trails made a subcommittee
Right.
because this is of a specific issue, and so I'm very happy to have the Parks and Trails rep, which is myself now, be on that. But I think it is important to have, or maybe not, maybe it's not important to have that distinction. Is that kind of what you're getting at, Attorney Hicken?
I have some input on this one because I think that this project, I recently had a conversation with Tim Nelson. The Sawtooth Bluffs project is moving towards some kind of creation of a joint powers entity. I know that's what they've been contemplating for quite a while. And I think a commissioner should be involved in the planning process for that. It's particularly timely. It might not have been timely at this point last year. But at this point, I would recommend that there be a commissioner assigned, at least a commissioner.
Yeah, and I'll be happy to be that. And I think what Commissioner Hawkins was saying is, well, I don't know. I'm not going to put words in your mouth. Do you have further thoughts there, Commissioner Hawkins?
Yeah, I'm willing to serve. I have an issue with this, and I'm going to be. Am I bringing my own perspective, or am I bringing the board's perspective? And I'm just wondering out loud.
I guess I don't understand.
I have concerns with the Sawtooth Bluffs project as the work that's gone on so far with the plan. I would probably be a little more hesitant in wanting to have a joint powers agreement. So I'm just questioning if I really am the best person. I certainly am going to give my opinion, but am I the best person to do the work on this? I don't know. I'm just speaking out loud here in front of everybody.
No, it's great. It's great, and I really appreciate it. I think it's important to have a critical eye on county projects and collaborations and joint powers. And so, I mean, I think we should have, in light of that, I would very much welcome you on that committee. I would also like to be on the committee, but I think we can have two people on it, two commissioners on it without a problem. That way, I think to Attorney Hicken's point, this is up and coming, potentially sensitive, always a little tricky when you're talking joint powers stuff. So I think there's a lot of value in having two commissioners there. Do any other commissioners have some input there, specifically on having two commissioners on that committee?
If you have two commissioners, do you need an alternate then? If you already have two people, one or the other could work that out?
You're right.
I would
Yeah, I
think
don't
so.
know that we would need an alternate.
So I think we could take you off the list.
I think so too. Thank you.
I see. See, now I fell for it. I didn't I didn't see that coming. Yeah. Okay, fair enough. Well, very good then. Commissioner Hawkins and Commissioner Mills will be the dual primaries there. Security Committee, one commissioner and one alternate, which was myself. I never did need to attend a meeting. I'm not very familiar with it. Does anyone have any other perspective there?
Would this not be part of the building committee? I know Brian discusses security issues, so wouldn't this fall under that category?
No, they are two different committees.
And what's the purpose of this one then?
This one is specifically to address security issues. So things like access to buildings, the sheriff's involved in it. It's really focused on maintaining security of county buildings, which is separate from the building committee, which is more focused on capital projects and replacement projects.
I have a background in this, so I'm very happy to serve in that capacity.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Attorney Hicken, did you have something to add?
I can just provide additional input or additional information if you're looking for it. This is a committee that is very involved with the courts. The district court judge sits on it. We get advice and sometimes participation from the security staff person for the 6th district. So it was created after the shooting in 2011 on a recommendation after a security assessment for Cook County. I do think it has a separate and distinct role from the building committee, and it's important that both probably exist.
Do we know when that meets?
Monthly, and I can tell you when. In one moment. No, I think it coincides with the court calendar so that the judge can be there. Might be the 2nd Monday of the month. I'm sorry, it's not monthly right now. We backed off to every other month.
Okay. And do you have a time for that?
It's right away in the morning, like 8:15.
Okay.
Does that still work for you, Commissioner Sullivan?
It does at this point, yep.
Okay, thank you. And I haven't, as I said, I haven't attended a meeting, but I'm happy to have that alternate role, unless Commissioner Hawkins or Commissioner Storley, you'd like to be the alternate there. Okay.
You're good, Dave.
Thank you. And then here's Septic Advisory Committee, Septic Ordinance Committee, and I'm wondering if this, the Ordinance Committee was while the county was going through the creation of the septic ordinance. So that as a regular committee is not very relevant right now. As far as the Advisory Committee, I don't know if that's relevant either. Where I'm going with all this, though, is we do have the Solid Waste Committee. And I think both of these could fall into that. And I think Tim Nelson's intention is to use this Solid Waste Committee as an umbrella for the different aspects. But if we have some further info from staff saying things otherwise, I'm all ears here. Okay. Well, so I guess what I would propose is taking both the septic advisory committee and the septic ordinance committee and just putting them into the solid waste committee. If you'd bear with me and jump down to that one, it's just a few lines down.
Mhm.
And I am one of the commissioners on that. He was also asking for a second commissioner. So if anyone has any interest there, and so far there have not been any meetings set. So I think it's going to be just whenever the doodle poll says. Commissioner Hawkins?
I'm interested.
Okay, great. Thank you very much. And then we have the slash disposal committee, meets after Firewise.
Mr. Chairman.
I'm sorry? Yes, yes.
Let me ask a
Administrator
clarifying question.
Please.
So you're proposing that the two septic committees be rolled into the solid waste committee?
Yes, that was my harebrained idea here.
So
do you have concerns?
My question would be, I thought the solid waste committee was more focused on like municipal solid waste and recycling issues, which seem to me to be a different category of issues.
Yes, good point. Attorney Hicken, do you want to speak to that too?
Getting some input here from the department head that the solid waste committee is separate from the septic committee. I also think we do have a recently signed solid waste district joint powers agreement in place that's going to strictly define that role. So I'm also wasn't exactly following your conversation about the assignment responsibilities. Are you just saying that the commissioner assigned to one be the same commissioner as the commissioners assigned to the other, or that you eliminate this from the list?
Well, yeah, I was trying to simplify, and I know the ordinance committee is, I shouldn't say I know, I believe the ordinance committee is no longer relevant, but the advisory committee may still have some relevance, but I thought it could fit into the solid waste, but it sounds like from department head's perspective, no, this is not the case. They should stay separate. And I'm happy to get that feedback.
That's what I'm hearing. And I'm also hearing confirmation that the septic ordinance committee isn't required right now. So you could take that one off for sure.
Okay. So we'll leave the septic advisory committee standing, and then have the solid waste committee, which Commissioner Hawkins has graciously volunteered for, and then we need two commissioners for the septic advisory committee, with Commissioner Storley as currently the alternate. I am happy to be one of the commissioners on the septic advisory committee.
Is there a reason to have two?
That's a good question. I do not know. I did see Commissioner Sullivan raise her hand, so
I'd be happy to serve with you.
Okay. And maybe we can investigate a little bit if we do need two commissioners, or yeah. But thank you for stepping up there. All right. So that was the septic advisory committee. Commissioner Storley, are you okay with us having two and you as the alternate for the time being?
Yes,
Or are
for the time being. No,
Yeah,
for the
or-
time being.
Okay. I was going to say, otherwise, if we do have two, maybe we don't need the alternate, kind of like we talked about before. So, but no harm in having the alternate, I think.
Okay.
So septic ordinance committee, we can remove that from our list. Slash disposal committee meets after Firewise.
Since I'm doing Firewise, it would make sense to take that on as well.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. And I'm fine being the alternate there. And
Yeah,
then solid waste committee. Yeah, I'm sorry?
I'll look into this because I don't believe they've met in a long time, unless And you've talked to Heidi.
I've
just
not,
wanna-
it was just on her list.
Yeah. I think we saw whatever those issues were a while ago, so
Thank you. Thank you both. And on the Solid Waste Committee, we've been over, it's Commissioner Hawkins and myself. Vacation Rental Committee, 1 commissioner and 1 alternate. Now this committee, I think, was used for the formation of the ordinance, and now that we have that ordinance, I don't know if this committee still meets or if it reviews or, yes, Commissioner Sullivan, you had some info there? No? Oh, you're nodding to my question. Okay. And so that's something we should, again, maybe discuss with Tim Nelson as an investigatory thing. Because of the vacation rental or the short-term rental ordinance being fairly new, I think it's something that we're reevaluating or just monitoring on the regular. I don't know if there's a committee needed for that at this point, but we can maybe put that on the list to investigate things, if that's okay with everybody.
Good.
Okay. And Ginny, you were the alternate. Do you have any more insight there, or maybe you didn't need to attend any meetings?
No, Commissioner Dukirk did, and I was never called on, so I wasn't a part of the meetings.
Okay. Yeah, it's my suspicion that maybe that's, yeah, anyways. Then we have the YMCA/Duluth Area Family YMCA Board. And yes, Commissioner Yorkie, or Administrator Yorkie, excuse me.
You keep
I don't know how many times that'll happen. Yeah.
Or maybe it's a demotion. I don't know.
Yeah.
I just wanted to let you know that Rena Rogers and I met with Sarah at the Duluth YMCA right before the holidays. And we asked the question about whether they anticipated having a county commissioner on the board moving forward. And we didn't get a concrete answer, and we're still awaiting feedback to that. So I would propose that you all can put this one on hold until we get that feedback from the Y in Duluth.
Yeah. Thank you. My understanding is that Commissioner Bersheim was on this board, on the Y board, the Duluth board, and then was elected commissioner. And boy, I can really see the benefit of that, having a county voice at the table on the Duluth board. But I think that's just kind of how it worked out. But I do see a huge advantage for us to do that. But I'm not familiar with that structure or that organization. And just so everyone's on the same page, you know, we have our Cook County YMCA Advisory Council, and so that deals with issues locally here. And if there are asks or agreements, that ultimately goes to the Duluth board, and they make the final decisions about the, say, policies or management of our local Y. And I'm sure everyone knows the county owns the building, but they are renters and they manage the facility. And so a little bit of a dance there. And yeah, that'd be great to get more feedback or more info there, Administrator Yorkie. So thank you. But it's a good opportunity. We'll just see if it's good with their board, and see how we feel about it when we find out more. And then YMCA Facilities Committee. Sounds like we can cross that off the list. Unless we want to have somebody, I mean, I'm assuming if things come up, the 2 members of that advisory council can be involved in that. How do we feel about that?
I think we can eliminate this.
Yeah. Great. Well, that was easy, huh?
Oh, yeah. Thanks, Dave.
should we take a short recess? I'm fine, keep going on, but if someone else would like a break. Administrator Yorkie?
So if I could speak, I'd just like to check in with April to see how we're doing on the list that she was maintaining.
Yeah.
And to determine how much time we need to kind of clean that up and make it available for you all to review before voting on.
Yeah,
I just
that sounds
emailed
fine.
you.
Oh, you just emailed it?
Yes.
Okay, perfect. She is
Nice.
very efficient. I have to say that about April. Thank you so much, April.
That's incredible. Thank you, April. All right. Well, maybe we'll hold off on a break until we need it. Or would you like a little time now, Administrator Yorkie, to go through that? I feel like the rest of the agenda is fairly manageable, and the bulk of it's going to be kind of on Brady's plate here as we work through.
Yeah. So perhaps what we could do, so I'm looking at this right now, and April, great job on this. It looks pretty clean to me. There are obviously outstanding issues related to those committees that you flagged as requiring additional research, and I've noted those and we'll be following up on them. But I'm good with forwarding this list as it is right now for you all to look at. I guess one question I have for Attorney Hicken is, in terms of emailing this document to the board members, is there any, I mean, we can certainly publish this afterward, but is there any kind of concern with sharing this list with the board before it's made publicly available?
Thank you for being aware of that issue. Basically, because the document is being distributed to all commissioners during a meeting, it kind of becomes part of the public documents that should be published along with the meeting agenda. So that's the only thing to be aware of, that in the form it's shared with all these commissioners, it should also be uploaded to the agenda packet, and April is familiar with how to do that, and probably
So
I think it's April. It might be an auditor staff instead.
Nope. I will upload it now and republish the agenda.
Okay, and I will go ahead and forward this to the commissioners then, and also to you, Molly and Brady.
Thank you for your awareness with the law. Let's see, different screen here. All right, so that I guess in the meanwhile, we could move on to item 8, or should we just wait for this list and approve it? How do commissioners feel about that? Should we wait and?
Let's wait till we see it.
We'd haven't seen it yet.
Yeah.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. What I
Yeah.
meant was to move on and then revisit when we get it, but
Yeah, I think we can move on the agenda if you want. I would be
Right.
fine with that.
You're right.
okay, thank you. Yeah, that's what I was getting at. And so where we are in the agenda right now is item 8, meeting dates for the board. Basically, we need to approve these and have our regular schedule. Administrator Yorkie, do you want to speak to this at all, or?
And I'm sorry, I'm fiddling with this document. I'm having issues because Commissioner Hawkins' new email address is not coming up. So I'm needing to.
It's not working yet. You'll have to send it to my old email address.
Will do. And I'm sorry, Chairman Mills, what was the question, please?
Oh, just if you wanted to speak to the setting the meeting schedule for the board at all. Basically, we just have to do this as kind of as our regularly publicized meeting. I didn't know if there's anything further you wanted to speak to on that.
No, I mean, the current schedule of having regular business meetings the second and fourth Tuesday at 8:30 and having committee of the whole meetings the third Thursday at 10 o'clock is what we propose doing for the remainder of 2021.
So we'd just be looking for a motion there.
Motion to approve.
I second
Thank
the
you.
motion.
Thank you. There is a motion from Commissioner Storley and a second from Commissioner Sullivan. Do a roll call vote. Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye. We've set our calendar. Moving down to item 9 is auditor powers, and
Mr.
first
Chair.
item is yes, Mr. Powers.
Yeah, so this is a designation of our primary depository for our funds. This is our main check writing. And this is something under our policy that the board previously gave the auditor the authority to name the depository. But our state auditors think that it should be publicly named and approved by the board. So ask for your approval by resolution naming Granbury State Bank as the Cook County Depository for 2021.
Okie dokie. Do we have a motion for that?
I'll make that motion.
Commissioner Hawkins, thank you. Do we have support?
I second.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Roll call vote. Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye. That passes unanimously. Item 9B, auditor powers, is approval of newspaper for legal publications. Do you want to speak to that at all?
Yeah, we're required to publish certain legal notices and reports in a publication that meets the legal definition of a newspaper for that purpose. And so we bid that out each year, and Cook County News Herald was the only bidder, and they are a qualified newspaper. So as you can see, they bid $9 per column inch, which is unchanged from 2020. Asked for approval of Cook County News Herald.
Thank you, Auditor Powers. Commissioner Sullivan.
Move to approve the motion for the bid for the publication through the Cook County News Herald.
I thank you. There's a motion to move on this. Is there support?
Storley, support.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. A roll call vote. Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye. Approved unanimously. 9C, Auditor Powers, resolution for non-county levies.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chair. This is to acknowledge the levies that the county collects and spreads those levies and then sends to the various taxing authorities. And this is just to formalize that process by resolution. So I'd ask approval of that.
All right, Commissioner Hawkins.
I have a question, Brady, about the ARDC amount and how that is determined. How do they get to set their levy? How do they decide that?
Yeah, so we're part of Arrowhead Regional Development Commission. That's another one. I'm not sure if that's a joint powers or what the, so that's a good question. But this is our share of that. It's administered from St. Louis County, but it's for this Northeast region.
So
It's a required levy under
So
that.
the-
It's either joint powers or statutory, and I'm not sure which.
So I'm just going to ask for the commissioner that was on the ARDC board. Was that Commissioner Storley? I'm trying to remember, sorry. So
Right.
they set the levy, you voted on it, and then we just approve it. Is that how it works? Sorry, I don't
Right.
know.
Yeah,
So you voted on this levy amount at ARDC meeting,
all
correct?
the counties did, yes, all 11 counties vote.
Okay, I'm just trying to understand the interconnectedness of things.
Yep.
Yeah, and that's, I mean, I think it's, and Auditor Powers and anyone else, please correct me if this is not totally accurate. But my understanding is it's similar to, say, like the school levy or the hospital levy. These are powers that the state gives for taxing authority, and then they have their own governing board, and so things are then distributed. Is that maybe oversimplified but accurate?
That's accurate, right?
That's the way I understand it.
Okie dokie. Is there a motion? Do you have any further questions, Commissioner Hawkins?
No, I don't, thank you.
Okay. Is there a motion to approve these non-county levies?
Motion to approve, Storley.
Thank you, Commissioner Storley. Is there a support?
Sullivan supports.
Commissioner Sullivan, support. Thank you very much. Roll call vote. Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye. It's unanimous there. And then we have item 9D, and this is the 2021 budget resolution. Auditor Powers, would you like to speak to our voting on this? Or not?
Disappeared.
Yeah. Well, we can all read it here. The description is the 2021 Cook County Budget Resolution. The recommendation is to approve the 2021 budget and levy by resolution. The summary is the 2021 county budget and levy that was approved on 12/22/20 is put into resolution form. And the purpose of this is to formalize the final 2021 county budget and levy. Yes, Commissioner Hawkins.
I just don't ever remember a board doing this, a new board approving something a previous board did. The resolution's always been approved at the meeting in December, so I'm a little confused here. And the resolution has a 2021 number, but it is using Commissioner Dukirk as the author, and then down here, Commissioner Storley as, were you the second? So you're asking me to approve a resolution that's already been approved by a previous board. Is that what you're asking?
I'm sorry, I lost connection. I just got reconnected. So I heard the last part of what you said, but I can see the names are incorrect, and because the resolution is being approved now, so I will remove those and replace them with today's names. So as I said, this is a formalization of what we did back in December. It's identical in numbers. Go ahead.
Is this normally how this is done? I always thought the resolution was passed in December by the board. Why is this board being asked to approve the resolution?
Because it's not a resolution form in December. Oftentimes in December, when it's approved, it's not always clear. As to the details, because they're considering so many alternatives, it wasn't this year, but sometimes it has been. So this is a practice that the board has had since prior to my coming to Cook County in 1991. And it's just a way for clarity in case there are people who have many of the different alternatives. And sometimes the approval is we'll take alternative C, and that's what gets approved at the final meeting in December. And so there hasn't been time to put together the clear details until after the fact. And so we've done this at the next meeting, putting it into a clear resolution form.
So I just want to be clear, when the names go on this form, it says, I'm wondering about the language, making sure that we're just acknowledging what happened at a previous board meeting?
Yeah.
Because I certainly wouldn't have voted for this
Correct.
levy, so
And
I don't want
I
to vote
told
for
my-
this levy.
It's voting to clarify the vote that took place on December 22nd. That this is the budget and levy that was approved on December 22nd. And it would be the names that make the motion and second it today.
Okay.
I pulled this down from last year. Those are last year's names, so.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I understood exactly what I was voting on.
Yeah, good question. Basically, you wanted to make sure we weren't setting the levy today, right?
Yes.
Good. It's a very good question. Yeah, this is formalizing, right? So this is just affirming that this is what the board voted on December 22nd.
Yeah, right? And that you'll see that in the whereases, that this was the. Whereas the Cook County Board of Commissioners set the budget and levy by motion at a meeting on December 22nd, and now wish to more formally resolve such decision.
Okie dokie. Any further questions? My screen is frozen, so I can't see anybody, but, oh, and now my Zoom is cut out. I'm still on the phone though. If anyone has any questions, please speak up. Otherwise, I'm looking for a motion to approve. Commissioner Sullivan.
I move to approve the 2021 Cook County budget and levy by resolution.
Thank you. Is there support?
Storley, support.
Thank you. We'll do a roll call vote. Commissioner Storley.
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins.
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan.
Aye.
Commissioner Mills is aye. Passes unanimously. And I think that is all the items under number 9, auditors. So Auditor Powers, you're off the hook here. We're down to item 10 with Administrator. Administrator Yorkie, do you have any items you'd like to speak to?
Sure. Well, I'd like to start by saying congratulations to Commissioners Hawkins and Sullivan. Really happy that you are on the board, and I'm really looking forward to working with you. This meeting is a really great illustration of the breadth of what county government does. All these committees reflect the various program activities that we have. And there's a lot to learn. And so I just wanted to note that upcoming we have training through AMC, which I think y'all are signed up for, that provides an overview of the commissioners are. And that's going to be taking place in 4 sessions over the next two months or so into March. And then also I am looking to, I want to set some time where we can get together and maybe have some meetings with department heads so that you can learn a little bit more about what the departments do and ask some of the questions that came up relative to the committees. I think getting that overview is something that would be really beneficial. So I'll be working to schedule those. And then I know that Attorney Hicken was also planning to get together to provide an overview of some of the legal issues around being a commissioner, some of the things that you need to be aware of as you're carrying out your duties. So those are all on the plate for these next few months. And I just want to say that, anytime you have any questions, feel free to reach out to me by phone or email, and I'll be happy to try to answer your questions as quickly as possible.
Thank you.
Thank you, Administrator Yorkie. Does anyone have any questions right now? All right. Well, then we're on to number 11, employee concerns, commissioner concerns, commissioner reports. I can't imagine. Yeah. Oh, yes, please, Commissioner Storley.
I don't have a report, an update, or a note, but we have another decision maybe to make. Commissioner Dukirk initiated, I think maybe even 3 years ago, county anniversaries. So I kind of like your thoughts on, do you want to continue that? Do you want to do something different? What are your thoughts?
Yes, I think it was a great way to recognize staff. I would be very supportive of continuing it. I don't know if there is a different best practice for this. I'd be very interested to hear what HR has to say. I'd also be very interested to hear what Commissioner Hawkins has to say as you were recently staff and now in the commissioner role, or for that matter, any other commissioner too. But I just thought you'd have a unique perspective there.
Yeah, it was nice. I appreciated the card, the note. Yeah.
One of the thoughts that I had was for recognition of Employee of the Month. So you'd have a department head submit a name during that month, because we have 2 meetings. So during that month, and they would submit, the name of an employee that went above and beyond the call of duty.
Actually, I think they are doing that. April and Pam, I believe, are doing that with the Kudos program.
Yes, Commissioner Hawkins, you are correct. And Commissioner Storley, that is something part of the Safety and Wellness Committee we have talked about, and we did not get good response or participation before with a monthly employee of the month. So Pam came up with the Kudos, and every week in the employee newsletter, we send out a Kudos that staff and department heads.
Okay. Sounds good.
Okay, so this brings up the question. So do commissioners not get that weekly newsletter?
Oh no, we do get them.
Oh, okay. Yep. Just want to make, because I think there's good information in there.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, yeah, it really helps. I thank you April for sending out that resource, because it really does help keep us in the loop and give us perspective on the goings-ons. And we're not in the building nearly as often as other staff, and so it's important to have that connection. So thank you so much for doing that. And I think the Kudos thing is a really good way to do that. And we can never do enough for our employees, right? And if there's other ways that we can celebrate the achievements or just the good work, I'm very open and happy to hear about it and supportive of it.
Right, I was looking at it from a county awareness too. So if we do the anniversaries, then we need somebody to coordinate that.
Gotcha. Yeah. I'm not sure how those anniversaries were extracted, like the data was extracted, or how that was, you know. Yes, please.
I extracted that data for the board and put it on each agenda at the beginning of every month. At the time, Commissioner Dukirk used, I believe, her personal thank you cards and passed them around to the board for the board to sign. However, we do now have county logo thank you cards that we could use instead if the board so wished to do that.
I think that's a great idea. And it's, I have mixed feelings, to say the least, that Commissioner Dukirk was using personal funds for that. I mean, that's wonderful, although I think it's an important part of an organizational structure to recognize staff. So yes, I think we should be doing that. Thank you, April, for extracting that, and then I would be happy to write thank you cards just based on the anniversaries put on the agenda. How does everyone else feel about that?
I think it's a very good idea.
Administrator Yorkie.
Yes, I just have a question. First of all, I agree with you. I think we need to recognize the great work that staff does, because without them, we could not deliver the services that we do. I am wondering about the logistics of getting those cards signed since we're doing virtual meetings. And I'm not sure, April, how we've been doing that, but I know that would be a challenge.
That would be since COVID started, I believe we've only had Commissioner Dukirk signing them. What I could do is put cards with the employee's name in the commissioner chair box to sign in the auditor's office. But I'm not sure how the commissioners would like to go about having the rest of the commissioners sign them. If the commissioners want to stop in to the administrator's office to sign them, that's solely at your discretion.
COVID.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, yeah.
You know, I would offer, we can work this out offline. I don't know how frequently you all are coming to the courthouse, but it feels like that might be the way to do it. But I'll follow up by email to coordinate that.
Okay. Thank you, Administrator Yorkie, and thank you, April, for your work on this too.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, Commissioner Storley, did you have any other concerns or reports?
No, I don't.
Okay. Let's see, the meeting updates. Administrator Yorkie spoke to about the AMC sessions opportunities we have. There's no other meetings to note unless someone would like to bring up a meeting that's not on the agenda. I guess, yeah.
Yeah, sorry. There were two committees that I forgot to add because they were on the bottom of my notes when we were discussing committees. So I'd like the board to discuss it. We don't have to decide today. We can save that for the next agenda. But one is the Chamber of Commerce. And the other is a census redistricting committee, because most likely there will be new district lines redrawn, and especially in Cook County. And I just think we better plan ahead and think about having a commissioner or a committee ready to discuss that. So if we could add those two things to be discussed at our next meeting, I would appreciate that.
Yeah, Administrator Yorkie.
And I'll add, I did get an email from Jim Boyd recently asking that the commission consider appointing formally a board member to serve on, as well as an ex officio to attend the meeting, have a formal connection there, not to serve on the board, but to attend their meetings. And so that's clearly there is a lot of value in having the commission connected to the activities of the community. So I just wanted to add that to what Commissioner Hawkins was talking about.
Yeah, thank you. And Auditor Powers, I think you could speak a little bit to the redistricting process if you've got a minute.
Yeah, I haven't gotten any information this year. I expect there to be changes given it's every 10 years. The technology's changed tremendously. It was simply paper maps the first time we did it with me here. And then I expect there's going to be more interactive type maps this time. But that was the main process, is to work with the census blocks that the federal government defines. And then you have parameters. I don't think that part has changed, where each of the 5 commissioner districts have to be roughly the same within used to be, I think, 5% in population. So you have to figure out a way to get them all within 5% of each other. And then by using those census blocks that are federal census blocks, which are, they don't often make sense geographically looking at a map. So there's many ways to put it together. And so having some kind of a committee to look at that is probably a good idea.
Great. Well, I'm not familiar when the chamber meets. I'm sure we can pull that pretty quick. Pull that up pretty quick. And then I guess I think it's very worthwhile both having a commissioner sit on in that meeting as ex officio, and also an alternate. And then I think it's an excellent idea as well to get the committee, the census committee or the redistricting committee going. I don't know if anyone has interest in that and willingness to serve in those forms. Is anyone familiar with Commissioner Sullivan?
I would be happy to serve on the chamber.
Excellent. Thank you for doing that. Do you know the schedule?
I have attended some of their meetings in the past.
Yeah.
I don't have last year's calendar here, but I know I'm able to do it.
Okay. That would be great. And then do we have any interest for that redistricting committee? Yeah,
I am.
Commissioner Hawkins.
I'm
Yeah.
interested.
Great. And do we have a second commissioner who would want to be on that, or do we just want one commissioner on that, or how does that all work?
I think having a couple commissioners would be very valuable because after all, it is going to impact the county for the next 10 years.
Yeah.
Right. I could be the
Yeah.
alternate on the census.
An alternate, okay. Do we want a second member besides the primary and an alternate? I guess that's what I was wondering. And I'd be happy to do that. I don't know if Commissioner Sullivan, you would like to do that instead, or?
I was just saying, I think it would be very valuable to have 2 commissioners on that committee full time.
Okay. Yep. Well, I'd be happy to be the second. And then having Commissioner Storley as an alternate, I think, is very valuable in case one of us can't meet it. Thank you for Commissioner Hawkins for bringing those up. Those are 2 very, very worthwhile committees. Yeah. I was also going to ask about having a commissioner presence, and this is, we can just do it on our own as well, but with Visit Cook County, I feel like that there could be more cooperation, better communication with that organization, and they certainly have a very significant impact on our community and has done a lot of great work that me as a commissioner I'm not always privy to. They do send out newsletters, and that's very valuable. But having somebody there, I think, is worthwhile. What is everyone's thoughts on that?
I think that's a good idea.
Okay.
I would be interested. As of right now, I've received an invitation, a Zoom invitation on January 12th for Visit Cook County, so I could do that.
Great. And do we want an alternate for that meeting? Or, I mean, I guess right now we have nobody, right? And
Nobody.
and it
I'm
is
a
going to
nobody.
I take it back. I take it back.
Maybe our alternate could be from District 1.
There we go. Okay, that'd be fine. Yeah, yeah, that sounds great. We can pencil that in. Now, the only problem with these additions is that we got this nice list sent to us that did not yet have these on there. So we're going to have to, go through the motions here with those two additions as well as our list. I don't know if everyone's had a chance to look through the list. I haven't found any inaccuracies with the ones that I had signed up for. And if anyone else has any concerns, thank you, April, for doing this in real time, and thank you, James, for distributing it to us.
No problem. I just updated the list again, adding those 3 committees in, and so I just emailed it to James.
Thank you very much. Well, I guess I'd be looking for a motion to approve our committee list with those recent additions.
And the new list just came through, so I'm going to forward that right now.
Thank you.
So Chairman Mills, this is approving this list for now, and then it'll be relooked at and then approved again in February. So that's what you're asking?
Yeah, I guess it's not entirely clear how we're going to revisit this, but we can revisit the whole thing, or we can maybe have discussions one-on-one with the commissioner-elect from District 1 just about their interests, and then we can more or less piecemeal those reassignments. I know in the past, such as when I discovered a conflict with Parks and Trails and the library board, we just at a regular board meeting put that on the agenda to make that switch. So yeah, this is for the time being, and we can always revisit as needed. As far as the process is concerned, I'm open to suggestions there.
Well, I think it's important because when we each look at our own list, we're going to find, oh my goodness, somebody has 2 pages of boards and committees. And so, that's not fair either. So I think as we look at our individual ones over the next week, we'll pretty much know where District 1 would come in regards to former Commissioner Deschamps' list.
Yeah, very good. Administrator Yorkie.
Yes, and regarding the committees about which you've requested more information, I've made notes on my spreadsheet, and I'm going to email you a list of what I believe are all the committees that you've asked for additional information on, and then you can look at it and confirm that I've captured everything, and then we'll get started on tracking down that information.
Thank you.
Okay, I'm going to ask one more thing. So we're going to do this again in February. And when we go through this again in February, I mean, assuming it's going to be put before us with a new commissioner here, could we make sure that this report shows joint powers agreements and maybe who's the chair of that committee?
I think it's very worthwhile to restructure and reprioritize or recompile this list. We're not going to have a whole lot more perspective there, but we'll have some. And we can look into things a little bit more. As far as putting chairs on, I think that's a fine idea. It's just that is another layer of upkeep because that changes more often than we'd like often sometimes. So I don't know, I guess what you're looking for is maybe a contact. Is that?
Yeah, that's
right?
Yeah. You're correct. That's what I'm looking for.
Okay.
And that might be helpful in confirming dates and times of meetings because many of them do not list them.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that's a great idea, and I'll be happy to run that down.
Yeah. Agreed. That is an excellent suggestion. Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. And yeah, as far as February is concerned, I don't know if we want to go through this whole process again. I don't know what the best course of action, the most efficient, what we feel like our needs are, who the incoming commissioner is, and what their interests are. So maybe in the meanwhile, we can think more about how best to go through it. I mean, to some extent, absolutely, we are revisiting again, but do we need to go line by line through this whole list again? I hope not, but maybe that is the best. I don't know. So
I think the main thing is to make sure that every commissioner has about 20% of the committees, and that we look at it in terms of if they are a primary or an alternate on a committee.
And then if I could, to Commissioner Storley's point earlier in the meeting, all committees are not equal because some meet regularly and others don't. So just the simple number of committees isn't going to be a good yardstick. I think we also need to look at frequency of meeting and so on.
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's a fair point too. So it is. Yeah, it's really hard. It's really hard to define it cut and dry. There. And it's really hard for the commissioners whose committees they aren't to keep track of that. And so, for instance, when say a commissioner resigns, this is I guess District 1 again before Commissioner DeShaw was elected, those committees had to get reassigned. I don't know if some had fallen through the cracks or what, but then the board had Commissioner DeShaw join, and then when he needed to resign, we as a board tried to catch kind of the priorities, the bigger, the ones we could not miss, but there may have been some, again, that we didn't quite catch, and I don't know if this list captures that well enough, but I think we should, keep our eyes open for that and maybe try to look at the historic ones and see. I think we've done a pretty good job, but I'm just trying to be as open as possible.
I have another suggestion.
Please.
A couple of years ago, there was a Freedom of Information request about per diems, commissioner per diems, and I helped put together a spreadsheet so we could know exactly how much that committee cost us. And I know April just sent us, our 2021 sheet of what we need to turn in for our per diems every month. I would suggest that each of us commissioners, turn in a copy, keep a copy, and let's work together to compile it so we have some good data at the end of the year about how many times we did go to those meetings, and we can discuss that at a committee of the whole meeting about the importance. We'll have more information December next year, and we could put that on the agenda of talking about it, and we'll have data to go with that.
Yeah, I'm comfortable with that. I've switched over to reporting electronically, so it's probably gonna be a little easier, or I guess to each their own. it's going to be easier for me to do that now, because I am keeping the electronic copies as well. I don't know how Commissioner Storley, what's your perspective on that? How feasible is that logistically, and do you see the value there?
I see value, but I'm a paper person. I have 6 years of all the meetings I attended and all my mileage. Yep. So I can do it quite easily.
Excellent. Is that something, Commissioner Sullivan, that you see some value into?
Mhm.
Great. Yeah.
I
I
have
saw-
one more.
Yes, please.
So the county has agenda management program that we spent lots of money on. And you'll notice that for all the commissioner meetings that we are assigned, there's very few that have the minutes that you can access. So I would propose that for all these committees we attend, where it's a public meeting, that we be responsible for getting a copy of those minutes to be added to the agenda management program.
Ooh.
I like where you're going.
Yeah, that would be a pretty big packet.
Yeah,
There's some months that I'm going to 8 or 9 meetings. Times 5.
Well, so if you've looked at the iCompass program, each committee has its own minutes page. So if you went to your ARDC meeting, it could get downloaded to that file in the computer. So somebody else can go back and look at the minutes from that meeting.
Commissioner, if I may add into that. So iCompass is and was set up for committees that we control. We set up for external committees a list so we could keep track and pull reports on what commissioner attends what committee. But if we are wanting to add in minutes for external committees, then all of those would have to be transferred over into an internal meeting in order to upload minutes.
Okay. And is that a problem? I
think I like where you're going. I see it as another layer of another step, I like it. What I'm wondering, instead of just all of us doing this, if you would be willing to try to work with staff to try to do that and see how well it works. I can see, there have been issues with some of our software, and I can see where it could get to be quite a hassle, to say the least. And I like it because it really helps with accountability and logging costs and being able to reference things, and it would help with these committee assignments as well. And so I think it's a great idea, but I do see where it could be a challenge and problematic. And Administrator Yorkie, did you want to add something to that?
Yeah, I think the idea is worth exploring. I do have concerns about the logistics of this, the workload that it would add to particularly April. I can see this being taking a lot of time to follow up with the commissioners to make sure that we're getting all the information. And to April's point, I understood that our information management system was for tracking and publishing county committee meetings. If we're looking at publishing minutes of all these external committees, I just think that's going to be tremendously time consuming. And I don't know if Attorney Hicken would have anything to add about that in terms of our legal application.
Turns out I do have a little bit of input on this. When we take in data, when a commissioner takes in data by, collecting minutes, and especially if we're uploading it onto a website, we're taking on obligations to retain that data, to redact anything that should not be public. And I don't know that it's a accurate conclusion that every meeting a commissioner attends is a public meeting. You know, under open meeting law, it's a public open meeting if there is a quorum of, you know, et cetera, all kinds of elements that need to be met for that. So I'm mostly concerned about the data practices. I think there might be an issue with authority to publish those minutes too, depending on the board or commission that you're talking about. Like I would imagine that some of these boards would want you to ask their permission before we go and publish minutes. That would not normally be published so broadly.
Yeah, I see the value in it, and I can imagine the burden too. And so that's why I was kind of wondering if we could do a little bit of a trial there, Commissioner Hawkins, and see how it goes, and see if just to see how that goes, because I already know some burdens are significant, and I don't want to add more tasks to the staff's plate, but again, I do see the benefit there too, and I think it would help in general. I just don't know if we're ready to grow in that way yet. So, but very open to a trial. Administrator Yorkie.
Yeah. And I'm wondering, so if the intent is to provide more information sharing from the commissioners who attend these meetings to the rest of the board, might there be another way to do that is less burdensome? Because I think the goal, Commissioner Hawkins, is a good one. But again, I just go back to I'm thinking about the process that we would have to undergo to retrieve all these documents, to get them appended to board packets, to get them uploaded. I can see that taking a lot of time. And I also see a lot of possibility of, for example, if meeting minutes aren't available, how do we communicate that? You know, the records that we would provide would not necessarily be complete due to circumstances beyond our control. So I just think in terms of how we go about doing that, I think the idea of information sharing is great. If there's a less burdensome way to do that, maybe it's a different kind of, when you all prepare to share information about meetings you've attended, maybe there could be a more detailed way of doing that. You know, I think there's a different way to be handled. So I'm very leery of the idea of being responsible for taking minutes from this, you know, dozens of other outside committees and making that part of the board agenda packet.
And if I may add in a little bit more, what we have done for committees that do want to share their minutes and approve us sharing their minutes to the board. An example would be EDA or Historical Society. They'll email me their agenda packet and their minutes, and I usually upload that into the agenda under correspondence for the board to review.
Chairman.
Sorry. Go ahead.
Just to follow up, yes, when April suggests that's what she does, and James too. The other thing we've done over the years is we give a verbal report at our meetings. So, you know, that's been in the minutes, Stacy, because you take the minutes, or you did in the past. So for instance, I would say I attended a NACO meeting and I gave a report at the health meeting, or I attended ARDC, or there was something important about Gitchigami Trail. So I think we've tried to publicly say important things at the meeting, and it is at our discretion to filter through to feel this is important for the public to know. So I think verbally we've done that part. Over.
Yeah, I've also tried to. Oh, Commissioner Hawkins, did you want to say something too? Because at the same time as Commissioner Storley, I recall you having. Yeah.
No, I just wanted to say yes. That was just an idea. I'm looking for ways to be more transparent and make it easier for the public to understand what this board is doing. I agree. Maybe minutes aren't the best way. I know that verbal reports were not always forthcoming by all commissioners, so I was just looking for a way to help that process. But maybe we just want to encourage, if we're already doing the EDA and the Historical Society, maybe there's some other boards that we want to just make sure send us their minutes then. I don't know. I'm just looking for ways to be more transparent.
Yeah, that's great. And maybe maybe I shouldn't say this out loud. Maybe the public information coordinator can somehow help play a role in this. But I think, yeah, absolutely. I greatly appreciate more transparency and clear communication and record keeping. So, yeah, as Commissioner Storley said, I try to give reports, just verbal reports of what's going on in various committees or organizations. But I could see value in having something a little more formal and, got some pretty good intentions, but it doesn't always pan out there. So that's something I'll try to do better on. Thank you for the suggestion, and yeah, maybe we can see what kind of hurdles are in the way and a smoother way to do that, just that. So any other thoughts and comments? Okay, well, do we want to have a motion for this committee list?
I'll make a motion to approve the committee list as presented.
Thank you, Commissioner
Sullivan
Storley.
supports.
And thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. And just a point of clarification, this is the second, this is the updated list, right? After adding the chamber, visit Cook County, and what was that third one?
Census.
Census, thank you.
Yeah.
Yep, okay. And any further discussion about this motion? Okay, otherwise a roll call vote. Commissioner Storley?
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins?
Aye.
Commissioner Sullivan?
Aye.
Commissioner Mills votes aye as well. It's unanimous. I think that's all of the business. There's just one other thing I wanted to bring up. An idea for either a committee of the whole discussion or just a presentation at our next regular meeting is as the state state legislature resumes session. I've been made aware of a bill being discussed, and I guess it was discussed last year as well, and COVID took over everything, of course, but it's in regards to ranked choice voting. And I've been hearing pretty strong difficulties logistically in this system, but it's something that I've also just been hearing more and more about, both in the news as well as in my circles in our community. And just doing a little investigation last year, we as a county are not able to offer ranked choice voting. This is something that would have to come from the state, unless it was, I believe, a charter city. So I believe Minneapolis has done it, and a spattering of other cities. And I know Rena Rogers has been involved in the process and has raised some serious concerns about the logistic difficulty. But I have been contacted by members from a group called Fair Vote Minnesota, and the idea is that ranked choice voting is supposed to be giving voters a lot more and better choice, a more direct process, and so that we're not necessarily choosing, and pardon this, the better of two evils. And and so anyways, there's been an offer to come to the board and give a presentation. They're hoping that we'll pass a resolution in support of this that could go to the legislature. But I think we'd leave that, of course, to be decided. But I just wanted to see if the board was open to having someone come and kind of present on this topic, or if it's more of a distraction at this point and there's other issues that we want to focus on. Any thoughts there?
I'd like to see where the legislature goes with it first. I'm also reading about it in the Star Tribune, and I think there's a lot of pressing issues with COVID right now. So maybe in the future, if it looks like there's more push from the state legislature on it, we could have some input by having a speaker.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. To clarify, the legislature wouldn't say we have to do it. The legislature would say,
No.
oh, okay, yeah, the legislature would just say we could do it.
Right.
And so what this group is hoping to get is communities to say we would like the option. But again, that's at right now not a pressing issue. Okay. Any other thoughts there? Or? Okay. Well, no other comments, no other thoughts. We could use a motion to adjourn.
I'll make that motion.
Thank you, Commissioner Hawkins. Any support?
Sullivan supports.
Thank you, Commissioner Sullivan. Roll call vote. Commissioner Sullivan,
Aye.
Commissioner Storley,
Aye.
Commissioner Hawkins,
Aye.
Commissioner Mills, aye. We are adjourned. Thank you.